doesn't matter who it is, bro.
Even if it was Trump.
Prove your point.
Even if it was Trump.
Okay, that's where he's going with this. He's trying to escape the very valid concern from parents of allowing boys into girls' bathrooms and locker rooms. And it's not just at school, but also places like Disneyland. So he's escaping this by shifting the conversation to a story about Trump, which is a tactic straight out of a book called Rules for Radicals, a book that Dean has almost certainly read. It's the handbook for people like him. And to put it simply, it's a book that teaches bad faith influencing tactics and dark trad behavior for the sole purpose of winning. Towards the end, there's a chapter on tactics where the author describes different rules to follow to be effective in convincing people of radical political change. Rule number 2, never go outside the experiences of your people. This one's not that bad because it's actually a rule that applies generally. You should always try to speak to the experiences that people you're talking to can relate to. This is just a basic communication skill, but it's all a setup for the next tactic, which is Rule 3, that says that you should, wherever possible, go outside of the experience of the enemy. This rule is great because any one person can't know everything, so as a dishonest person, you can just bring up some random Snapple fact to your opponent, and if they don't know it, the audience will perceive them as stupid. You might even convince your opponent that they're stupid for not knowing the random thing that you brought up. It's quite an effective tactic in a live debate, especially against people who are unaware of it. So that's the reason that Dean has brought this story up about Trump in a locker room instead of sticking to the topic about trans women in sports. Now, in the next part, Dean is going to play a clip of Trump talking about locker rooms, but the way he does it is really confusing and abrupt. For context, he plays a 2005 clip of Donald Trump talking to Howard Stern about beauty pageants, and to make it less confusing, I'm going to use a different cut of this moment, but I will play the exact words that Dean plays, and then cut back to him talking and abusing the caller.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything
a doctor.
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So the non-hypocritical, rational response would be at this point to say that you're no longer a Trump supporter, because immediately before I rolled that tape, you said that you would never support anybody that did this. You'd never vote for them to be the president, even if it was Trump. I'm putting my money on you just being a hypocrite. And are you no longer MAGA?
All right, so probably the most frustrating part of listening to Dean is that you have to fact check literally everything he says because he's always leaving out important context or just straight up lying. Though before we get into that, I will note that Dean caters to a younger demographic, so they likely don't understand the environment of the Howard Stern show because he is before their time. The show is supposed to be offensive, so Trump may be playing it up for the listeners. In fact, there is still an episode of the Stern show with Trump on YouTube, and you can see Howard pushing Trump to be edgy. Stern does that every show. The whole point is to have dirty humor, so stories or storytelling may be embellished. That being said, there is so much context missing here. Dean says that Trump was creeping on minors, but there's no indication of that from this clip. Trump owned a pageant for adults and a pageant for teens, and I'm guessing that Trump is talking about the pageant for adults because no one outside of maybe Andrew Tate would be stupid enough to voluntarily admit to having an inappropriate relationship with a minor while being interviewed. Dean is also assuming that Trump didn't have consent from the adult women to enter the locker room. I think everyone here can picture in their head a situation where a bunch of young adult women would be perfectly fine with a billionaire being in their presence, dressed or not. But let's take a closer look. Trump owned Miss Universe, Miss USA, and Miss Teen USA. This allegation from Dean happened at a Miss Teen USA event.
Okay, the first part of this is this. I disagree with him.
Basically 30 years ago, and the articles I found on it were 20 years after the event, so I'm sure everyone's memory is crystal clear.
I'm just 9 minutes in. Let's see. Maybe he fixes it. Cause nah, I'm fucking Trump weird.
Got an enhanced weapon. Ready to use it.
That was giving Trump a bunch of passes, bro. That is wild.
Evo harvesters are now available.
We're already in the next ring. Now we wait.
I've got an opponent inside. They're far. They're shooting at me.
62
I'm
flash.
recharging my shields.
Eliminate the enemy. Enemy
Un momento. Gotta heal.
reloading.
Delivering care package.
Your skills seem to be improving. Standing by for care package.
Evai. We took first blood.
Extended energy magazine here. Light ammo here.
Tracker set and ready to gather
Barrel
intel.
stabilizer here. Level 3.
Setting a tracker. Opponent found and tracked.
Enemy in the distance. Reloading. Target spotted. Far.
I added the enemy's position to your map. Non c'è di che. Keeping an eye on that area. I'll keep you posted. Tracker scanning.
Your skills are proving effective.
Where the fuck did he go, bro? Crazy.
Dropping a tracker.
Survey beacon there.
Enemy locations are on your map. Stick with me. I always find my mark.
Well done. You are on the way to gaining my respect. Enemy at that location.
On your toes. You got a target over here. Un momento. You gotta heal. Opening fire. Reloading. Opponent here. Guns up. Setting a tracker. Enemy there. Far. Tracker out and scanning for enemies.
Enemy there.
These bonds aren't easily broken.
Stinger out. Bullseye. Enemy tracked.
Two squads.
Tearing away. A second squad. Adjust your strategy.
Countdown.
fighting
To sum
someone
it all up,
else.
these are just stories from people who were there, and nobody has any concrete evidence that Trump did anything illegal. This article here says that the girls' chaperones for the pageant told them to get dressed before Trump entered, and states that the chaperones would have never allowed anything inappropriate to have happened. Even in this BuzzFeed article that's far more against Trump, none of the witness testimonies said they were actually undressed around him. They merely said they were rushed to get dressed when they were told he was visiting. So this is not Trump creeping on 17-year-olds like Dean said. I mean, you could argue that maybe there's a more appropriate place for Trump to meet the contestants, but considering that this is a beauty pageant, I can imagine that a significant amount of the time that the girls aren't on stage is spent in the dressing room perfecting their outfit or their makeup. I don't know that much about pageants, but I can imagine that this area, a lot of the time, might be the most convenient place for a busy person to quickly meet everybody, and provided that they were all dressed, other adults were there, and proper boundaries were maintained, I don't see this as a problem. As for the adult pageants, we have a testimony from former Miss Arizona, Tasha Dixon. Let's hear what she has to say.
Our first introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal and half naked changing into our bikinis.
Dixon was 18 at the time and says watching Trump storm into a dressing room was shocking.
To have the owner come waltzing in when we're naked or half naked in a very physically vulnerable position, and then to have the pressure of the people that work for him telling us to go fawn all over him, go walk up to him, talk to him, get his attention. Who do you complain to? He owns the pageant.
Notice how they said 18. So at the very least, that's another strike against Dean for the pedo allegations. I mean, based on Dean's extreme lack of evidence here, that allegation kind of sounds like defamation.
They all got sued by Trump, and Trump won all those lawsuits. CBS slandered Trump. They called him a rapist, and he sued them for defamation, and he won.
As for what Tasha said, it sounds inappropriate for Trump to enter a locker room while women are changing. However, Trump has denied these allegations, so now it's he said, she said, and considering that
CBS
this
just
happened
pay
15
that shit,
years
bro.
prior to that interview, and there seems to be no proof outside of taking someone's word for it, and no other witnesses made their names public to corroborate Tasha's story, I'm going to say that Trump is innocent until proven guilty. False allegations happen a lot with rich people and public figures, and the reason we have legal standards is to prevent abusers from witch hunting everyone they don't like. Tasha claims that her allegations weren't politically motivated, but I find that very hard to believe because she appears to have made them a month before the 2016 election.
What the
So
fuck?
I don't think she's being honest about that. Now, to go on a slight tangent because it's relevant, I know that Trump is taking shit right now from MAGA because he went on Truth Social and said the Epstein files were fake, which no one believes. I know everyone's mad about that, and I'm not happy about it either, and like everyone else, I hope they do get released. Though more importantly, this video is not really about Trump, it's about Dean, and Dean just so happens to be talking about Trump here because he talks about Trump in like every video. I mean, this guy uses MAGA in his titles more than people used to use the word woke before Fox News anchors made that term cringe.
I think woke is dead.
So understand that anything I say here is not an endorsement of Republicans not keeping their promise to release the list. It's to talk about Dean's constant use of bad faith tactics, and since Trump is basically the only thing that Dean seems to talk about, we're going to talk about Trump. Anyway, as the debate goes on, instead of actually engaging with the ideas of his opposition about trans women in sports, Dean continues to use this video to do anything he can to attack Trump in any way.
Is there anything that Trump could do, any red line, that would make you regret your vote? I want an answer to my question.
I'm trying to tell you.
Yes or no? Is there
I don't
anything
know.
that
I
Donald
don't
Trump
know
could
them.
do that would make you regret your vote? What if he committed a genocide on the other side of the world? He bombed and killed 1 million people. Would you still support him?
They should retaliate.
But would you regret your vote if tomorrow he dropped a bomb and killed 1 million people in Asia?
Yeah, but Trump hasn't done that, and also, this is completely irrelevant to the initial question. But I mean, if we're going to propose that as a hypothetical, then I don't think that's a path you want to go down as an Obama supporter.
Obama says that he wants to run for president in 2028. Will you be voting for him?
Okay, well, Obama hasn't said that. He literally can't. It'd be unconstitution, but obviously I would, yeah.
I'm guessing Dean didn't know this because he got into politics like 5 minutes ago, but Obama was infamous for promising to end the Iraq war that Bush started, followed by taking his sweet-ass time to do that. I hate President Bush too, by the way. So Obama continued that war.
President is shit, bro, but the wars is the current one.
They're dropping a replicator on us if you defend there.
Tracker down, out.
Go there, now. Spotted a target over there. Someone's gonna death wish.
I'm recharging my shields.
Simulacrum. Reloading. Recharging shields.
Reloading. Tracker scanning.
You have performed better than I expected. I'm under fire.
Sounds like enemies there.
Reloading.
Recharging shields.
I need shields.
Setting a tracker.
I'm under fire. I need shields.
Healing.
Shield cell here.
Shields are depleted. Recharging.
Tracker out.
A new kill leader. We have our target.
Ring 5. Beginning ring countdown.
I'm impressed.
And I do not say that often.
We should see what's up over here.
Ring's close. Still have a minute. Wanna make a massacre? Forward in the shadows.
Turret away. Optics here. Mid-range. Sniper out. Wingman here. Hemlock here.
Tracker scanning.
No, bro. For God.
Change will do you good if you live through it.
And ordered tons of drone strikes that had a really bad habit of killing civilians. And then he goes and jokes about it in a speech.
The Jonas brothers are here. Sasha and Malia are huge fans, but boys don't get any ideas. I have 2 words for you: Predator drones. You will never see it coming. You think I'm joking?
I love how these people are like, you must disavow your candidate or you're an evil hypocrite, followed by not really addressing stuff their favorite person does, or even just full on sweep it under the rug. They're politicians, guys. They all do bad stuff. I think the only criticism that I heard Dean give Obama is that he wasn't far enough on the left. Meanwhile, if Trump finds a quarter on the street and doesn't instantly donate it to charity, well then he's basically the devil. The debate continues with the caller talking about how he only wants a politician who addresses his personal concerns.
I don't care about y'all, you, or anybody else. I care about mine, my circle, and my household. If he does something to somebody else,
I have a question.
Need to go handle him.
I have a question.
I will handle him.
I have a question. If Donald Trump re-legalized slavery in America, and it didn't personally impact you or your family or anybody that you personally know, enslaved 5 million African Americans in this country.
That's a fucked up situation, and somebody need to pull together so we can turn it around.
Would you have regretted your vote?
My vote is about my kids. That's
so
it.
he could literally re-implement slavery, and you still would have stood behind your vote for him.
If it impacts my children,
it didn't impact your children.
That's what I'm saying. If it doesn't impact any in my family, then no.
I mean, that was a terrible way for the caller to frame that, but in general, people only vote for things that directly benefit them or their group, and they don't really care about anyone else. Even when they claim they are voting out of compassion for others, those tend to be the most selfish types of people. This also applies to Dean, as I can assure you that he does not care about Democrats who are trying to effectively reinstate slavery through illegal aliens, because it personally benefits his career to promote the idea of breaking U.S. law to cross the border. I think I've heard enough leftists basically make the "without the slaves, who will pick the cotton" argument in my lifetime to see that if it was 1860, you could easily convince at least most of Dean's target audience to be pro-slavery. But I guess the more valuable point here is that Dean is so bad at arguing and so avoidant of the trans issues talk that he has to create weird hypotheticals to smear his opponent to win an argument instead of talking about things that actually happened.
Would you regret your vote for Trump if Donald Trump systemically slaughtered every black person?
Because I already told you it's not about Trump. I just told you that. It could be anybody. I don't vote for him for anything else. That's it. According to what you played, the audio you played, it sounds like he's a horrible dude.
Yeah, that kid's extra.
But if you get Trump out of office right now, the next person get in, no matter who it is.
So that guest was an actual psychopath to the fullest extent of what that word means. That was completely, just absolutely deranged. Can we all agree that people like that shouldn't be able to vote?
I like how Dean shut off the caller's mic right before he was about to say that politicians in general have done a lot of evil things, and if you take one out, his replacement is likely to be a piece of shit too, which is something that most people would agree with. That was very honest and fair of Dean to cut off the more reasonable part of his take and then call him a psycho. But Dean, I think you'll find that most voters share extremely similar sentiments to your caller and will ignore insane amounts of bad behavior if it's from their favorite candidate. I'm sure he knows that. He argues with people professionally, which is why he brought up completely retarded hypotheticals, so his opponent would look bad after falling for the trap. He's really just clip farming here. He spends the whole interview using false evidence as fact, does everything he can to take the caller out of context, makes up extreme and irrelevant hypotheticals, and says the caller is a psycho at the end. Well, as stated,
Podents are fucking crazy.
Ridicule is a man's most potent weapon. Dean has to do that because he can't win on merit. And think of how embarrassing this is. As a professional, without using bad faith tactics, he can't even defeat an unprepared, low-information caller who admittedly is a single-issue voter. That is pathetic. But again, Dean, are you sure that violence is a route that you want to go down? Remind me which party is responsible for effectively all the political violence. Like how many people on the left have said to kill white people or Jews, or have said things that are disgustingly racist for the purpose of justifying those things.
Jewish is not an ethnicity. This constructed ethnicity. This demonic ethnicity.
Also note that this guy, Mike from PA, DMCA'd the Reddit archive of this to cover up what was said. And what about Destiny saying that Trump and his supporters should be killed? Well, I mean, a lot of the left is saying that these days. Taylor Lorenz made a whole compilation of it. In fact, speaking of Taylor, she and Hassan Piker did a talk where he openly encouraged terrorism.
874 beam drive, and I'm gonna kill you with my AR-15. Like that's the type of messages they were leaving in this dude's office, and he's resigning. Like he's literally, this is his last term. So I think that people are a lot more radical now. This is a time, is an unprecedented time. And you actually wrote about this, and it was a great video where you talked about, you know, someone has to do it. See, when I say that, everyone knows exactly what I mean.
Oh, I don't think this was being directly affected. That's why he doesn't really care.
Let's rock and roll.
No mames, Jack Frost.
Got an enhanced weapon. Ready to use it.
There's a ring console here.
Mozambique here.
Extra supplies here. Firepower is key.
Attention. First blood.
First blood. Game bloody on, fellas.
Evo harvesters are now available.
Extended energy mag here. Level 1.
Wait, oh.
Extended light mag here. Level 3. Setting a tracker. Enemy locations are on your map. With me. I always find my mark.
$99. I missed every single shot.
Hey, time to move. That way.
It's 2 squads. I'm moving this way.
No, time to move this way.
Just giving my shields a recharge.
Tracker
I'm gonna get the points.
Evo harvester here.
Never mind, there's another squad right there.
Upgraded and ready to fight to the death.
I want to just craft this.
There's a new kill leader. Check it out. Dannazione. Taking damage.
Fucking piece of shit, bro.
Un momento. Gotta heal. Maybe I should go say hello. I should find a moment to recharge my shields. I'm recharging my shields. Tracker out. It's getting clear. It's getting tracked.
I ain't got time to play. Gotta clown that away.
Miss me? Thanks for bringing me back.
There's nobody over here, you liar.
Heavy ammo here. Extended heavy mag here. Level 1. Oi, extra supplies here. Sniper stock here. Level 3.
I need optics for an SMG.
Boom. Tracker set. Tracker dart out. Shield is broken. Bullseye. Enemy hit.
I got you. Now keep moving.
Shield. Bullseye. Enemy hit. Enemy stinging.
Here comes the old knuckle cluster.
We're all inside the ring. Good.
Shot at. Replicator incoming. Shield. Bullseye. Enemy hit. Reloading. I'm recharging my shields. I need sniper ammo.
Serving them a knuckle sandwich.
Enemy there. Game on, Raga. Enemy tracked.
Frag Soren.
Upon. Hey, got a target here. Fighting.
Another squad's cutting in.
Tracker in place. Tracker dart out.
Shooting the frag. Juicing me shield.
Here, take Doc. He'll fix you up. All right, Doc. Pack it up.
Opponent right here. Tracker set and ready to gather intel. Opponent found and tracked.
Here comes the old knuckle cluster.
Hey, got a target here.
Down.
Took out an enemy. Who's next?
Got another squad. Armor. Just giving my shield.
Tracker dart out.
Another squad, we should just go back.
Fire me knuckle cluster.
Just giving my shields a recharge. You're coming with me, Doc. Got some extra munitions here. And, you follow them now, alright? Just giving my shields a recharge.
Care package.
Reloading.
Fuck that fucking shit, bro.
Healing. Looking for energy ammo.
That's crazy. I feel like I'm cheating.
Standing around you, eh? Nice job.
Seems like enemies are there. Tracker scanning.
On you, mate.
Ultimate accelerant here.
Dibs.
Extended heavy mag here. Gold tier. Got an enemy there. Took out an enemy. Who's next?
Hey, that was pretty good.
Tracker scanning. Attenzione, enemy here. Reloading.
Got me eye on an enemy nearby.
Tracker in place.
Knuckle cluster out.
Enemy over there.
Defend here.
We ought to take a defensive posse here.
Shotgun bolt here. Gold tier. Ooh, got a care package dropping.
Cheers very much. We're in the top 5 and ready to rock and roll over her.
Tracker out. Dropping a tracker.
Enemy over there.
Hit an opponent.
How dare you fucking look at me? Shame is what you should feel.
Fighting. Reloading.
Enemy over there.
Launching me knuckle cluster. Replicator on its way.
Tracker scanning.
Joker shooting at me. Here comes the old knuckle cluster.
He's out in the open.
Using a Phoenix kit.
Tracker scanning. Bullseye. Opponent shield. Opponent dead.
We have to push this once off that point so we can take that.
Pretty close. 45
Push with
seconds
us.
on the clock. Knuckle cluster out.
Fighting. Hit an opponent.
30 seconds. Rings close.
Reloading. Tracker scanning.
Right in the other side of that.
Knuckle cluster out.
Right.
Chucking a thermite grenade. Thermite grenade out. Chucking a thermite grenade.
Don't forget about your ult. Lifeline, your ult, lifeline, your ult, bro. How the fuck are we alive, dude?
I don't know. I suck.
There's ones are still alive. GG's. Oh, I mean, got this. Sorry.
A lot of resentment and untapped potential, untapped revolutionary potential, as a matter of fact.
Man, get your girl to look at you the way Taylor looks at Hassan.
Wait for the end.
Imagine that power couple. Also, why the hell
Or
has
when
this
they
guy
down
not
one, you
been
can use it.
arrested? Are they just gonna let him incite violence over and over again to a huge audience with no consequences? I will say this though, because in the past I used to be more kind towards people like Dean or people in the Hassan group chat, and certainly I still will give them credit for making good arguments, and I will try to counter-argue in good faith. I do that for the audience and not out of respect for a person like Dean. However, I also now realize that a lot of people out there are just evil or demonic and only use their words, emotions, or
They have a
kind
Watson.
sentiments to deceive people.
Demons use words to trick humans. You can't trust
they're
a
all
thing they
bunkered in that
say.
building.
It's in their blood. They're descended from liars.
A very on-the-nose metaphor from anime. Not to say that I include everyone I criticize in this category. For example, I think Ludwig deserves harsh criticism, but I also think he can redeem himself. I've never thought that Ludwig is like Hassan, despite the fact that they are friends. Ludwig is more of a coward who makes stupid decisions than he is malevolent. But as for the others, I no longer believe they deserve the humanization and respect that I used to give them, as they will only see that as a weakness that they can use against you. These people are evil, and the only thing they deserve is to be severely punished for what they've done. And when I include Dean in this category, it's not just how he debates. What I mean is that, like, just a couple of years ago, he was trying to pull an Andrew Tate Hustlers University scam.
While you guys are at home sitting on your asses, I just took a private jet out to LA with $1 million in this rental passenger seats in a coach duffel bag. Couple grand in the lap. I'm about to go drop it at Louis Vuitton.
When I opened up the pre-order for my e-Bible, which goes over effectively every single way I've been able to live my dream life at 17 years old by making money online.
Yeah, people are really going to believe a 17-year-old is a multi-millionaire real estate mogul or whatever who has advice that's worth paying for. Look, he's even copying Andrew Tate's posing, and he's trying to crypto scam people too. The crypto part is explained in this next clip that is the courtesy of this YouTube video by Remnant777 that very much does not have enough views on it.
The university will teach highly specific skills, such as influencer management and advanced cryptocurrency trading.
By the way, for some reason, all this stuff is still online even though it's 3 years old. You can go to this telegram here and fact check it yourself. However, when all this Andrew Tate scam artist stuff didn't work for him, Dean moved into politics because there's a ton of money in politics if you want to lie to people professionally. Just ask Nancy Pelosi. And a lot of Dean's videos seem to go like the one where he's arguing about locker rooms. He starts the conversation off semi-politely, goes completely off topic, and then tries to accuse the opponent of being the devil, which brings us to one of Dean's latest dramas. Now, the full context of this, I believe, is lost because Dean memory holed it after the backlash, but he and the caller appear to be talking about Trump's ownership of the Miss Teen USA pageants and his appearance in the locker room that I spoke about earlier. Now, just as a reminder, as far as I'm aware, no degenerate behavior occurred at the teen pageants, and since Dean has not provided any counter evidence in these clips, they're basically slander. Anyway.
You're going to tell me that the parents of the teenagers aren't there either? I mean, I wouldn't send my kid to a pageant by themselves.
Do you think that a parent can consent to a teenager being perved on by an old man?
That's the whole point of a beauty pageant, is people looking at teenagers clammed up, dude. I don't know what else to tell you. I think they're weird in the first place. You're glorifying young women and children in the first place.
I agree. I think beauty pageants for minors should be outlawed, or at the very least, certain parts of them should be.
So you're a father of a young daughter. Do you think you have the right...
I'm not.
Is that a young son?
Yes.
Do you think that you have the right, as the father of that son, to consent to having older people take pictures of your son while your son is naked?
If I was dumb enough to send my kid in. It's no different than a baby commercial for diapers.
Can you answer my question? Do you think that you have the right to consent to 65-year-old men looking at your son while he's naked?
I wouldn't allow it.
Do you think
That's
that
my
you have the
responsibility
right?
as a father.
Do you think that you have the right to allow it? Do you think if you did allow it, that you would be violating the consent of your child?
They have no choice in the matter whatsoever. It's my decision.
guys are
as the
stupid,
parent,
bro.
And I wouldn't put my kid in that situation. That's why I think pageants are weird in the first place.
I'm not sure where Dean is going with this. For one, children don't have the right to legally consent to anything, which is why good parenting is important. Second, Dean is acting like a 65-year-old who is not the parent, has never changed a child's diaper before, or he's acting like parents don't give consent for a doctor to see a child without clothes on to perform an exam, or that naked baby pictures aren't a thing that people commonly consent to. It really depends on the context of the situation, and the context in this case is that Trump met a bunch of fully dressed teenagers in front of their parents, which is something that I can
Trump's
imagine
weirdo.
that basically everyone's okay with. I really don't like how people like Dean are trying to make everything pedophilia. Oh my god, this guy's attracted to a fully grown adult. What a creep. Or how dare Chris Evans be in a relationship with a woman in her 20s? So after this moment that he farmed out of the collar, Dean decides to do a thumbnail pose of his extreme shock for like 30 seconds, and then he does this.
So here's what we're gonna do. I think that you don't deserve to have any custodial rights over your child. So for those watching, their handle is Goatman91096.
And why are you trying to dox people, dude? That's weird.
Because I want to find who you are so I could call CPS and have them take your child away from you.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure you would like to try to do that.
Yes, I would. So
They would never even do it. That's the best part.
Okay. what's your
Because
name?
I would take the part, and I have a witness sitting here who's heard me say I would never put my child in that situation.
Okay. So what's your name?
This is why I have no problems with comparing people like Dean to a demon from a popular fantasy series. This is literally evil. He's going to call the CPS on someone to win a debate. And you know he got this idea from the whole Ethan Klein drama, where a bunch of Hassan viewers and groupies like Denims called the CPS on Ethan and laughed as they tried to have his kids taken away for basically the same reason, which, again, was to win an internet argument.
All these people, incidentally, who are promoting this type of insanity are, in fact, childless and will likely remain that way.
Yeah, it's not a shock that it's always childless losers who are doing this to people with kids. Only a complete piece of shit would try to alienate a child from their parents over internet drama. So naturally, Dean starts to educate people on how to dox someone, which is a crime, by the way. Doxing is a crime where he lives.
So you said that you think that parents have every right to exploit and traffic their children. So
No, that's not what I said.
So I'm not going to debate it with you. That is what you said. So I just putting this out there for anybody. Feel free to take his profile picture. Maybe you could go on TikTok.com/his handle. You could save his profile picture, run it through some reverse image search. Maybe it will link back to a Facebook or something where you could find his name. Feel free to take that information and report it to CPS. I really hope that there's at least one person out of the 11,000 people watching right now that has the technical know-how, the ability and the skill to find that information, and the desire to then turn around and take it to the authorities.
This is not only dangerous for that guy, as he could be swatted, but also teaching tons of viewers how to dox people is bad for the entire creator space because you're empowering crazies with information on how to harass people. This weaponizing the CPS and encouraging your viewers to dox people is something you should go to jail for, yet Dean receives zero consequences for it. I don't think he even got in trouble with YouTube or TikTok despite it being against the rules. But of course, this is all for the sake of the kids.
And yeah, we look out for children here. I think that we can all agree here that we care about children's safety. And that was a father that said that he believes he has every right to exploit and traffic his child, and that the child has no say.
Yeah, he didn't say that. What happened was that you created one of your dumb hypotheticals to attack the caller because you're retarded and don't know how to have a conversation without being deceptive. The caller responded, "I would never do that because I think it's wrong," which was not the answer that you wanted, so you just went ahead and lied about what he said to get your audience to harass him with fraudulent CPS calls. Dean, you're literally a child predator. You said their parental rights should be taken away because you disagree with them on politics. Again, do you see why I called him evil? He's trying to alienate that kid from his mother and his father, or get them doxxed and swatted over an internet argument. That's predation on a kid. You're trying to cause harm to a child to get TikTok points, and quite honestly, I don't understand why none of these people face any legal consequences for openly committing crimes. Not to mention that social media platforms seem to enforce their rules on everyone else, except for people like this.
God, it's so cringe. He's acting so performatively right now. Like he's acting like he's like the coolest anime protagonist. Like he's calm, collected anime protagonist.
Dean did a follow-up video to this event where he doubles down and sort of fake apologizes. There's not much point in showing it because almost all of it is a rehash of what I just showed you, followed by talking about how he is morally justified to do what he did, and at the very end, he gives a great Frogan-style non-apology where you say, I could have handled it better, instead of saying I'm sorry.
It's not called doubling down if you're right.
So Dean is like a complete psycho with how he will Andrew Tate-style scam people, take people out of context, and falsely accuse his opponents. I don't claim to have watched all of his content, but in the content I have watched, the dark triad debate tactics are always present. For example, this next video called, MAGA Bro Denies and Deflects His Way Through Our Entire Debate. What a title. I'm sure none of that is a projection. Anyway, this video is a heated discussion about illegal aliens and deportation.
I think that mass deportation is a terrible policy, and I usually categorize 3 reasons why. The first category would be the economy, the second category would be ethically, and the third category would be practically. It fails in the ethical category. I mean, that one's going to be obvious. We're ripping mothers and fathers that are hardworking away from their families.
Wow, that's a super interesting thing that you said there. You mean to say that you think it's wrong to separate children from their parents? Weird how in this context that matters to you. With that said, I'm just going to summarize Dean's main points here to save us some time. Dean believes that deporting illegals hurts the economy because it lowers the GDP, which, by the way, is not a great example of the economic health of the average citizen. He says that deportation is not ethical and it's not practical. His current stance is that only the criminals should be deported. And for everyone else, what he says next is how he would handle people illegally crossing the U.S. border.
And then it fails in the category of practicality because it is really hard to do, and there's other solutions that we could go about and use to identify everybody in this country, such as mass amnesty, that would be more practical.
Yeah, just don't enforce the law. That's his solution. Give everyone legal status, basically. Make it not a crime to cross the border, which I guess technically would be a more practical way to identify people because maybe they would voluntarily report themselves to be registered. I mean, they could also voluntarily leave the country. That's an option as well. But more importantly, Dean's mass amnesty plan doesn't disincentivize millions of people from illegally crossing the border. In fact, it would encourage more people to do it, so it's not a solution. Every country has finite resources. You can't just give them all away for free like we're doing with illegals. I also think this is completely tone-deaf with how many legal immigrants hate the illegals. These days, I see videos of them getting dissed for not assimilating to American culture on a regular basis.
Hola. ¿Habla español?
Excuse me, does anyone speak Spanish? No.
¿Hay alguien que habla español aquí? ¿Me da la número 10?
I'm sorry, we're closed.
Damn right, don't help them. Also, allow me to remind everyone that this is a bipartisan issue. Both the left and the right don't like illegals. Don't let grifters like Dean fool you into thinking that this is a left versus right battle. It's not. Traditionally, the left has been very against illegal aliens, and most people don't want amnesty because it's bad for the country. Anyway, next the caller makes an excellent point in reference to Dean saying that he wants to deport the criminals.
I have been watching the news like for the past 4 years, and it's nothing but immigrants and sex offenders, and you don't know their criminal history.
I would have liked to have played more, but Dean cuts him off almost instantly as he's about to make a good point. The point was that Dean said that he is for deporting criminals, but no one else. So the caller counters with, if they're coming over illegally, how do you know who has a criminal history so you can deport them? I think Dean's answer might be the amnesty thing, but then they would just not apply for it, because if they do, they would get deported. So the only way to identify their criminal history under Dean's plan is to wait for them to get caught committing a crime. Do we not see a problem here? American citizens have to be subjected to possibly multiple crimes from a single illegal alien before he gets caught when he could have just been deported. And that's just for the ones who get caught. Well, sorry, I mean the ones who get caught and aren't still allowed to remain in the country like this guy was, who crashed his car and killed 2 people. So Dean, if an illegal kills someone or commits a sex crime, what do you say to the victim or their family knowing that you could have prevented that crime by enforcing border laws? Is Dean going to address this? No, he's going to immediately shift to accusations against Trump. Actually, immediately is the wrong word. It's worse than that. He doesn't even wait for the caller to stop talking before he cuts him off to change the narrative.
And if you actually look
Do you
this
think that
up...
we should get sex offenders out of the country?
Yes.
Then why'd you put a sex offender in the Oval Office? Donald Trump's been held civilly liable for the rape of a woman. Use your brain, bro. Connect the dots. And the funny part is like the people watching this stream are gonna be like, damn, Dean just cooked him. Dean just clocked him. But no, I mean, like, it's just super common sense. You think that sex offenders shouldn't be in America, but you put one in the Oval Office. How the hell can you retrospect upon that view and not come to the conclusion that you're just an absolute raging hypocrite?
So we are again going to try to move the conversation to something the caller might be unaware of, so you can chastise him for 4 or 5 minutes about it to make everyone in your audience think he's stupid, so they ignore the fact that you never really addressed the question.
Let me ask you a question. What was that woman's name?
I don't know, but
No
it was
clue.
a
I mean, gee, I would love to know the name of the person that you're talking about so I can fact check you, but you never say it.
Okay, let me ask you a second question. What is one piece of evidence that the unanimous jury of 9 that ruled that Donald Trump was guilty of rape and are used to find him guilty?
I don't know that case.
You don't know any evidence that they used to find him guilty. Let me ask you a question. Where did he rape her?
Like I said, I don't know about that case.
You don't know?
No, I
What
didn't even know
year?
that Trump was a rapist.
What year?
You said that to me right now.
Oh, so you actually have no prior information about this woman, about the civil court case, about the jury that ruled he was guilty.
Yeah, that's exactly why you brought it up. You know he doesn't know about it, and because you probably already educated your audience on this topic, you can make him look stupid as a way of dismissing the very good point he was about to make about criminality. What Dean is doing is so messed up, and what's even more messed up is the case itself. But before we get into that, may I remind you that House Democrats are well known to use false allegations as a political weapon. So there's a strong chance that this was done against Trump for political reasons, like the false allegations of sexual assault against Brett Kavanaugh to try and prevent him from becoming the Supreme Court judge, and the riot they started for that same purpose. With that said, as for Trump, of course he was tried in civil court because the burden of proof is much lower in civil court, and he was accused of an assault by Jean Carroll that supposedly happened 20 years prior to the lawsuit. Already throw that case out, it's way too old. The reason the statute of limitations exists is because people's memory gets shitty over time. The way they got around that was just to straight up change the law in New York to expand the statute of limitations. Anyway, to speed things up, Trump lost the case, but here's the thing. They did not find him guilty of rape, nor is he legally a sex offender, so let me just point out, like I did earlier, that Trump sued and won against a CBS anchor for accusing him of what Dean accused him of. And personally, I think Carroll was lucky to get any victory on this case, considering that as far as I can find, really the only evidence she presented was her own story and a friend retelling her story. There wasn't a police report or a rape kit or a security camera or witnesses who were at the store who testified. So I have a really hard time believing a story from 20 years ago with essentially no evidence. Since we're on the subject of illegal border crossing, this is a person's story that Dean brought up a lot in videos that I watched.
Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia. He was an immigrant that was sent to CICA in El Salvador and beaten, tortured for 3 weeks. While he was there being beaten, tortured, the Supreme Court had unanimously ruled that the Trump administration's removal of him to El Salvador was illegal and they had to facilitate his return. And then after they ruled it as illegal and told them that they had to facilitate his return, Trump's White House went on Twitter and said that he's literally never coming back. And sent to CICA in El Salvador and beaten, tortured for 3 weeks. While he was there being beaten, tortured, the Supreme Court had unanimously ruled that the Trump administration's removal of him to El Salvador was illegal and they had to facilitate his return. And then after they ruled it as illegal and told them that they had to facilitate his return, Trump's White House went on Twitter and said that he's literally never coming back. And this was all while Abrego Armando Garcia was being beat and literally tortured by the guards in CICA in El Salvador. I mean, he's like testified to been forced to kneel from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. And if he fell out of exhaustion, he would have been beat by the guards. He testified that he was beat by the guards. Testified that the guards kind of like stuck him in a really small room with bright fluorescent lights on 24/7 with no windows.
As far as I'm aware, there's no actual proof of the torture claims, just Garcia's testimony and the reputation of the prison. Now, at face value, what I would say is that if this guy was wrongly deported, then you bring him back, apologize, give restitution, and then change protocol so that over time this kind of thing becomes less likely. Realistically, if you're deporting millions of people, then logistically you're going to have some hiccups. However, you know, when I first heard Dean tell this story before I fact-checked it, I thought this guy was a legal citizen and they just wrongfully threw him out of the country. That's not the case. It turns out that Abrego Garcia is not an immigrant like Dean said he was. He was an illegal alien. What actually happened was that Garcia crossed the border illegally and resided here for like 8 years before he went to an immigration court and got a hold on his deportation because he claimed his life was in danger. I can't exactly figure out why he was at the court, but he got arrested for loitering around a Home Depot, so that might be why. Really fighting those stereotypes. But just on those grounds, I think he should be deported because instead of applying for something like asylum right away, he avoided the government for a bunch of years and I believe only applied after he got caught.
I think every single illegal immigrant in the country should be removed. That's why we have laws. That's why we have borders. Kick them out of the country. That's right. Kick every illegal immigrant out of the country. There is zero troll when I say that every single person in America illegally should be removed. If you are illegal in the country, leave.
Not far enough. H-1B visas are the slave labor of the middle class because you can just fire them and essentially get them deported if they try to organize. These visas need to be cut way the hell down. Microsoft should not be firing American workers to get cheap labor from India.
There are many, many examples of this, such as Microsoft recently cutting thousands of American workers while requesting 14,000 more H-1B workers this year. Another example of this was Tesla, where roughly 15,000 American employees were fired in April 2024. And many were replaced with H-1B visa holders. On Twitter, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy tried to chalk this up to these immigrants just simply being the best and the brightest. Yeah, okay. You're paying them less for longer hours and more work, and they're willing to deal with it in order to stay in the country. It's coercive, exploitative, and, dare I say, not very America first.
Allow me to remind everyone that Shoe on Head is on the left and also a fan of that Bernie Sanders clip where he says that open borders are a scam. Immigration policy is not a right versus left issue. Most Americans do not want open borders. Anyway, back to Abrego Garcia. He was trying to skirt the system and he should not have been rewarded for doing that. His ass should have been deported back in 2019. Wait, he actually did apply for asylum but was denied because that's supposed to be done within a year of arriving to the country. Pace judge. Unfortunately, that was overturned. However, here's the interesting thing. There's a lot of evidence that Garcia is an MS-13 gang member, and after applying for asylum, the BBC says he got a withhold of removal status because he said that he was afraid of being persecuted by the rival gang of MS-13, so that is suspicious as fuck. Speaking of criminal behavior and accusations, I know that Dean is a believe-all-women type because I've watched him crash out over it, so these following allegations in Dean's eyes should be as good as true. That being said, Garcia has been accused of domestic violence multiple times by his wife, who I'm guessing he isn't legally married to, and the only reason they didn't stand is because she didn't show up to court, which might be because he threatened her or someone in the family emotionally bullied her knowing he could be deported. Garcia also is currently on trial for trafficking tons of illegals, and it sounds like he's guilty. Personally, I think it's very unlikely that you're this close in proximity to this much criminal behavior if you aren't a criminal. His trial is still ongoing, so I guess we'll see what happens, but I think this is exactly the type of person that Dean said should be deported, yet he's defending him.
For any and all undocumented immigrants that were deported under Obama without any prior violent offenses, I disagree with that too. My view on immigration is actually a little bit further left-leaning than the Democrat Party.
Whether he gets residency or not, may I point out that Dean brought up Kilmar Abrego Garcia in every debate video that I watched. Think about what that implies. It implies that deportation of people who have some legal right to be here happens so infrequently that this is the example that he has to use. So like I said, I think Dean purposefully brings up these very nuanced cases that are incredibly difficult to research to make people look stupid so he doesn't have to address any actual arguments. I mean, it took me hours to read through Abrego Garcia's case. And worse, he'll actually make fun of and bully people for trying to fact-check him live.
I'm trying to find something here, trying to look it up as we're going. Say the question so I can type it in.
Say the question so you could type it in? Type it into where? ChatGPT?
No, not ChatGPT and Safari, so I can see what you're talking about.
Wait, you would see what I'm talking about?
Again, no one person can know everything there is to know about politics, so the point is to purposefully bring up a random fact or a story to make your opponent look stupid, and its relevance to the conversation doesn't matter that much. It gets worse with Dean, though, because when a different caller actually does get him on something, he just changes the rules of the debate. In this call, they're talking about the border again, and Dean is busy saying that Trump violated the Constitution, so as a gotcha point, Dean asked the caller to name a Democrat who has committed a crime to create some sort of metaphor.
Dude, I could do this too. I want you to give me an example of anything illegal that any Democrat has ever done.
Anything illegal that any Democrat has done.
Yes, ever.
I mean, Bill Clinton with a 17-year-old Monica Lewinsky.
Monica Lewinsky wasn't 17.
Questionable.
Okay. 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 So she was 24 in 1997, but you're saying that she was under the age of 18 when she started going to the White House. Maybe this was like potential coercement. Okay, I'm not going to use that as an example to show my hypothetical. Would you give me another example? Okay, Andrew Cuomo, what about him? He was a governor, by the way.
Governor, yes. My bad.
And
So,
what did he step down for?
For sexual harassment.
To be fair, I can't confirm if these specific Clinton grooming allegations are true or not, and sexual harassment is the least of Cuomo's crimes, but Dean just got wrecked. Is he going to disavow these people like he constantly asks people to disavow Trump? No, he's not. He's instead basically going to tell the caller that's not fair and change the terms of the question that he asked.
Can you give me an example of like something illegal that a Democrat has done that isn't like sexual? Like, because I'm just okay. I'll explain to you the point that I wanted to make. But you're like only bringing up examples of like sexual harassment and pedophilia, and I don't want to like describe what I want, like my retort to your original argument as it relates to like sexual harassment or pedophilia. I just don't want to distort like an allegation of SA or P3-ophilia.
I mean, that's real strange of you to request that in this case, considering all the statements that you made about Trump. He was trying to create a metaphor out of this around confirmation bias, where he would hypothetically say that as a Democrat, any crime a politician commits doesn't count as long as he likes them. And the reason he didn't want to use the caller's examples is because he didn't want to distort the allegations of a sex crime. Bro, you literally have done that multiple times to your opponents, to the extent where you might be found guilty of defamation if you were sued. The hypocrisy here is ridiculous, and there's so much bias. In this next clip, they're talking about how the caller thinks that America should not grant birthright citizenship to the children of illegals, because that should only be granted to people with parents who are citizens. During this, Dean argues that deporting somebody with the current legal interpretation of birthright citizenship is a constitutional violation.
Okay, but now you're saying that you just legally, so you morally don't support giving citizenship to the children of undocumented immigrants. Well, I mean, that would call for like taking the proper legal channels in order to amend the Constitution. Okay, right? We obviously can't just say because Donald Trump doesn't like the Constitution and you agree with it that you don't like the Constitution either, that you could just throw the Constitution out of the fucking window.
Sure, it is unconstitutional. I mean, I could take the L on that and say that EO was unconstitutional.
Okay, all right, the EO is unconstitutional. And then earlier in the conversation, you said, well, if it was unconstitutional, why hasn't he been impeached for this? Basically telling me and everybody else listening that you think if a president does something unconstitutional, such as an EO banning birthright citizenship or banning guns, they should be impeached. So now that I've got you to concede that that was unconstitutional, you're now going to turn around.
Fuck this guys, bro. I took everything.
Take your time. The ring is close, and there's a whole minute to play.
Nice. Weapons looking fine. Basic, that's for sure. An excellent selection.
Enemy locations are on your map. Stick with me. I always find my mark. 10 seconds until the ring closes. It's close though.
Evo harvesters are now available.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 3.
Done. Ring's moving.
Got an enhanced weapon? Ready to use it.
First blood has been taken. Enemy in the distance. The enemy
to my upgrade? Recharging my shields. Cover me. Replicator there. It's available if you need it. Now that is how you upgrade. I need to heal. I'm vulnerable like this. Physically, not emotionally. Un momento. Gotta heal. We are very spread out. Oh, I should heal. I'm in bad shape. Champion out. Time to step up. Hold, please. I'm crafting. Dr. Banner, we don't abandon our own. Oh, low health. Need to heal. They're shooting at me. Healing. Un momento. Gotta heal.
No.
Healing. That enemy's been tracked. So far, and the next one's far. Replicator, dropping in.
That was more skillful than I expected.
I'm down.
Well done. Your skills have proven useful.
You'll be all right. I gotcha.
Come on, heal, heal, heal. Healing. Watch my back. We're close to the ring. We have
No, I'm down.
You'll be all right. I gotcha.
repairing damages. Half of the squads have been
Taking a knee. Patch it up.
I'm down. Nobody look.
repairing damages.
Hold tight. I got your back.
Thank you.
Ring ain't far. Half of one.
This weapon is enhanced.
I'm down.
Healing. Watch my back. Repairing damages.
You'll be all right. I gotcha.
10 seconds until the ring closes. Move.
New kill leader? Huh. I don't know. Sounds like too much prep.
Taking a knee. Patch it up.
I'm recharging my shield.
You've been all over this, man. Good. Glad to have the intel.
here. I need help.
Moving here. I need help. Follow me.
We're low on health, bro.
Taking a knee. Patching up.
You're fighting on your own.
These bombs are easily broken. Shield cracked.
I should heal. I'm in bad shape. Healing.
Spotted. Double timing it.
Taking damage.
Popping smoke.
I'm recharging my shields.
Hold tight. I got your back.
Sending out the tracker dart. Target scanned and tracked. Amp here.
Recharging shields. Give me a sec. Recharging shields.
Go here.
1 minute.
Bullseye. Enemy tracked. I'm gonna regret this. Recharging my shields. Cover me. Hey, put the back.
Taking fire. Shield cracked. I'm under fire. Reloading. Cracked it down. Drop me. I'm down.
The ring is near and closing in 30. Amici.
Grenade.
You gotta stop doing that, bro.
Un momento. Gotta heal. 10 seconds to ring close. Not far, but not inside. Nice. Already in the next ring. Getting shot at. Boom. Tracker set. Tracker out. A tra poco. Tracker in place. Enemy locations marked on my map. Maybe I should go say hello. That enemy's been tracked. Opponent here, guns up. Hey, replicator, incoming. I'm recharging my shields. The ring is near and closing in 1. Seconds before ring close. I'm so close I could crawl. Forza. Recharging my shields.
correct?
Sure.
Okay, so then you're no longer a Trump supporter because you think he should be thrown out of office.
I'm still a conservative.
I mean, this is just ridiculous. Remember how Dean talked about how much he likes Obama? Well, Obama constantly violated the Constitution. While I will say that I do believe that we should take the proper legal channels to amend birthright citizenship, what I really don't like is how people like Dean will say that you're violating the Constitution if you want to deport kids with their parents, but at the same time, if you want to follow the Constitution by saying only the parents have to leave, well then you're separating families if a sociopathic parent refuses to take their kids with them when they get deported. So this is like intentionally designed to be an unwinnable argument through emotional bullying. The correct answer is to not play this game by saying that you don't care, and by saying that they shouldn't have broken the rules and they can either fly a plane back to their country of origin with their kids, or those kids can go into the foster system. Them being negligent parents is not our problem. They have the option to be with their kids if they want. 2, I think probably most people would agree that birthright citizenship should be abolished for children born to non-citizens, or people without some legal status like a green card. We're all quite tired of illegals using anchor babies as human shields, while saying, have some compassion to stay in the country. Trying to manipulate people by threatening to abandon your child if the U.S. deports you for breaking the law is very morally close to child trafficking.
They talk to us so that they may deceive us. Every word is a baited trap. They're monsters who found they could lure in humans by crying, help me.
If you're willing to throw your child away like that or use them as a means to an end, then I don't have any sympathy for you. But speaking of Obama, Dean, where were you on all those Fourth Amendment violations that Obama did through the Patriot Act? And since we're talking about taking the proper legal channels, did Obama do that when he started enacting all the gun control during his presidency? No, he didn't. But I guess that's okay because your friend Harry Sisson said that guns were scary.
So I shot a gun for the first time today, and I've always been told by Republicans that after the first time, I'll be in favor of guns and I'll want more guns. But for me, it was the exact opposite. I realized how powerful these guns are, and at a moment's notice, they can be used to take someone's life. And the fact that in many states in this country, you can walk into one of these stores and 10 minutes later walk out with an AR-15
Nice fucking
is
booty,
absurd.
bro.
This experience made me want more gun control, not less.
Jeez, is he the one who Dean called the F slur? Oh, and here's one of my favorite Obama moments where he openly says that he was going to use executive orders to subvert the Constitution.
We are not just going to be waiting for legislation in order to make sure that we're providing Americans the kind of help that they need. I've got a pen and I've got a phone, and I can use that pen to sign executive orders and take executive actions and administrative actions that move the ball forward.
This is your hero, right, Dean? Also, he actually says this multiple times.
I'm going to be working with Congress where I can to accomplish this. But I'm also going to act on my own if Congress is deadlocked. I've got a pen to take executive actions where Congress won't. And I've got a
Hey, they
telephone
do.
to
Like, what
rally
the fuck
folks around the country
Trump is doing, bro?
on this mission.
But I guess none of that matters to people like Dean because it's not about moral consistency or making good arguments or admitting faults. It's about winning and making money. Well, it's a lot more about the money part.
This is every single time I see him actually doing a debate. He'll do like these weird gotchas. He'll be like, do you think that the Bible is moral? And he'll be like, yeah, I think the Bible is moral. Oh, the Bible allows slavery. You're pro-slavery? Guys, this guy's pro-slavery. It always becomes him trying to trick people into like admitting
Pro-slavery,
to
bro.
like
That's
paradoxes
crazy.
and stuff. It's like someone will say, yeah, I believe
Crazy
in
they
God.
use
And
their
they'll be
arguments
like, oh,
that
really? Could God
they
create
learn
a
from
boulder
somewhere.
that even he can't lift? It's like, bro, this is like, what are we doing?
You cannot
Oh,
compare
you
it to
can't answer the
slavery
question. Do you
at all.
concede God is not real? And it's like, oh my fucking God, dude.
Dean does that because he's not smart enough to succeed without it, and the rules for radical tactics that he's using are incredibly hard to defeat without the debate turning into a shouting match. So if you're Dean, then you either win or you draw, and a draw is always considered a win by a person's own fan base. I think the only person who has successfully defeated this in my memory is Jordan Peterson against Kathy Newman, and then a second time with that GQ lady. But like I said, the only reason they're doing this is because
He's a
they
really
can't
articulate man. Of course he would. Where are we going, Joshi? What are you doing, my friend? What the fuck do we have here?
We're inside the next ring. Superior positioning.
This enhanced weapon will yield superior results.
This weapon is enhanced.
Right.
Target heavy mag here. Level 3.
Take a look at this.
Evo harvesters are now available.
Guess I'll do it.
This weapon is somehow even more beautiful than before.
We're already in the next ring. Now we wait.
Aere the enemy's positions to your map. Non c'è di che.
I said I don't give a fuck. It's going straight to that thing.
Firing on subjects.
Where am I going?
Fire. Reloading. Trap is set. Data soon.
Now you know he's alone now.
Adding another gas trap.
Tracker scanning.
Well played. I'm under fire. I've been down. Unacceptable.
We have lost one. Pity.
Watching an episode of The Great Food Trip.
Reloading.
Breathe it in. Getting shot at. I still see everything. Trap set. They found me.
Damn, we got 2 down.
Crafting. Un momento, per favore.
How's so far, man?
Replicator here, and it's open for business.
It's cheese way too far, bro. Just give it up.
Snatched our teammate's banner.
What is he doing?
Don't go to him. They're on him. Don't do it, bro. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Hey, the champion fell. Ciaone.
A snare limits me. Grenade. My vision.
Setting a tracker. Un momento, per favore.
A care package has touched down over there.
Serve di replicator there. Stock up. Better safe than sorry. Tracker dart out. Boom. Tracker set.
I always miss this one.
Setting a tracker. Un momento, per favore.
Fuck out of here, dude.
Wait. I've secured the banner.
It's right there, bro.
Positions to your map. Non c'è di che. An upgrade for me?
That was more skillful than I expected.
Che bello. Ah. Guarda, enemy track. Watch out, enemy here. Spotted an opponent out there. Tracker out.
That was enlightening.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 2.
Would be a pity to waste such a genius.
It will be a pity with such genius.
Enemy here. Round 2. Beginning ring countdown. Opening fire.
Don't worry. I need my other gun.
Charging.
Tracker scanning.
A second squad. Adjust your strategy.
Let me fucking overthrow it.
Allowing themselves to be caught. We're
I don't
already
even know
in
my
the next
fucking
ring.
ult went.
Shields are depleted.
Where did my ult go? ¿Quién sabe?
Ooh, got a care package dropping. Target scan the track. Tracker dart out. Dropping a tracker. Looking at an enemy. Way out there.
New kill leader. Surely you can take the title from them. Opening fire. Not so fast. Time to run.
Getting shot at. Shields are recharging. I need shields.
Nice, already in the next ring. Time for a gelato? I'm here. So.
Thanks.
Prego.
Shields are recharging.
New kill leader appointed. Well played.
There's a new kill leader. For now.
Amp here.
I will take that.
Bullseye. Enemy hit.
Enemy shield cracked. Reloading. Taking fire. Shields are depleted. Recharging.
They're shooting at me.
Placing an independent variable.
Recharging.
Deploying variable. One half of the squads remain.
We're in.
Getting shot at.
I'm under fire. Caught with no way out.
My vision is clear.
Dropping a tracker. Tracker scanning.
Administering medical aid.
Care package there.
You can't get up there, bro. As much as I want to.
Reloading. I'm recharging my shields.
Placing a spec tower.
Reloading. Target there.
Sustaining injuries.
Don't do it. I'm watching for you.
Shattered a subject's shield.
Found from my hand.
Tracker. Guarda, enemy
A
track.
circle here.
I'm going here. Come on. Opponent right here. Got an enemy there.
Yep, I'm looking at him again.
Fighting.
129.
Fire.
Fighting finished.
Trying to work.
chill right here.
45 seconds and a nearby ring. We strategized effectively.
I'm looking.
Found an enemy out there.
Yes,
They're
right
going
there.
around the backside.
Acquired here.
They're gonna come up here. One made it up. There's two more coming.
I still see everything.
10 seconds until the ring. Enemy shield cracked. Reloading.
You're gonna want to fight each other right now.
Yeah.
My vision is clear.
We'll be caught outside the ring if we don't.
Hold this area. Tracker scanning.
Gas trap deployed. Trap set and waiting.
This will bind them.
They're right here. One just fell. Shoot that.
No fucking way. No fucking way, bro.
That's gonna hurt.
I'm safe down here.
Well done. I've secured the banner. They get a second chance.
Okay, I'm coming down.
This fight isn't over.
There's someone right there, I think.
45 seconds and a nearby ring. We Trigger incoming.
Oh, che peccato.
Succeed otherwise.
The reason why they do this is because they're not getting any attention for their actual content. And so instead of that, they piggyback on internet hate mobs online in order to create the illusion of relevancy. That's what's happened.
To be clear, Asmongold is talking about Anthony Fantano here, but this situation bears a close resemblance to Dean failing at his Andrew Tate grift and then moving on to woke TDS virtue signaling. It's not about the morals, it's about the money. And to be clear again, I'm not saying that as a content creator you can't make money, but if you're doing so immorally, then that's a problem. And you know people like Dean don't give a fuck about morals, because if they cared about that, then they wouldn't constantly lie and misrepresent everything, because that harms the audience and the country. They also wouldn't call the CPS over an internet fight. These people are criminals, and they need to actually get punished for doing bad things. There's been a severe lack of that happening in this country, and what that does is it allows retards to speak over the smarter and more honest people on their side. Smart videos like this one here by Sean that was pretty good, or this one by Man Carrying Thing. The idea is to create a culture where people are actively looking for creators who are trying to be honest in their interpretation or their analysis, instead of looking to people like Dean Withers or Andrew Tate who are just there to scam their audience for money. And the answer to that is to actually hold people accountable for their crimes, which is something that we're actually getting better at slowly recently. People are starting to learn that mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent, and that applies personally as much as it does politically. Politics is just the representation of the sum total of everyone's personal lives, meaning that the more you let people walk all over you and the more that you don't hold people accountable for doing bad things in your personal life, the more you'll enable that to be done politically. Because if everyone's just a pushover, then we won't have enough strong people to stop all the criminals. And for those asking what to do or how they can make things better, all you have to do is stop putting up with bullshit. That's all it takes. Anyway, thanks for watching. Follow me on Twitter, and I'll see you in the next video.
Yeah, no, I disagree with a lot of the his takes and his views on this. That's crazy. Fuck him, me. Daily dose
Hello
of
everyone,
internet.
this is your daily dose of internet. He saw that the parking enforcement was parked illegally.
Mister, I have a question. Is this legal parking? Is this legal parking? Are you? I was just. Oh, I was just playing. I wasn't. Yo. Slowing. Stop.
I was like, fuck, bro. Oh shit. I was just. That's
You
cool.
see how they look at the same time, yeah? You see how they look at this? Look, they're in sync! They are in sync!
That is
They
wild.
are in sync, bro!
What was that? What was that?
Bro, I want to see that again. No. That's assault, bro. You should be able to fucking sue the fucking river or some shit.
This delivery guy was trying to drop off his...
Oh shit, bro. That is crazy. Damn, that fool delivered.
This police officer jumped out of his truck after the driver refused to
That
stop.
is crazy. What the fuck is going
They
on?
recorded them filming the new Spider-Man movie.
That is fucking crazy. No, it worked? No. Oh, the fucking noise it's making.
This is what it's like to be a helicopter cameraman for a Mission Impossible movie.
I don't think you can park there.
I know I can't park there.
Oh.
She wanted to
Oh.
help out the
Oh.
Don't do that, man. I'll tell you. All right, man.
Introducing your champion.
What is going on?
This poor crow got bullied.
¿Te lo estás comiendo, pinche Baltazar? Mire, hijo de...
Let's go see what's up over there.
Attenzione, enemy landed.
This place needs a little more me.
First blood.
Someone go first.
And they're hitting me. Charging shields. Rings close.
You came looking for trouble, but trouble found you first.
This truck driver just barely made it through in time.
Oh shit.
I already got the wood, so I can hear them today.
Oh,
my
fuck.
God.
Hey guys. Oh, you just wave hello? Get the fuck out of here.
Look at the fuck out of here.
All right,
She
guys,
died.
it's pizza time. Can't wait to have my pepperoni. Can't wait to have my cheese pizza. This is so awesome, guys.
I have no idea how he pulled this off.
When people call you extra, just look them in their face and say, am I extra or are you basic?
Oh my god, I tried making cookies and I made one big cookie. It's not the time. It's not 3:50 in the morning. I'm not stupid. Oh, it's 3:59 in the morning.
Oh.
She's freaking sleeping right now because she wants to keep us up all night. But I'm like, wake up. Scarlet, wake up.
No. Ready to go.
You can see the moment when they realize that they ruined this proposal. This poor bee was confused by her nails.
I got this thing in the box.
This police chase suddenly came to an end when they ran out of gas.
It looks like he's trying to take off with his bike just after the Armed Highway Airport. Take a second.
This is your champion.
No way he really started pushing it.
Give me your paw.
Aww.
The air conditioning in
Culera.
his plane broke down, so this guy took his shirt off.
I really hope it doesn't.
Prepare for certain death.
Oh fuck. Bruh.
The subject landed near. Target spotted here. Gas trap deployed.
Magnetism.
Oh fuck, I chose the wrong fucking legend.
Guess I'm running out of ideas.
Reloading. Shields are recharging. I still see everything.
Bamboozle to the full. That was better than I'm down. Making contact here.
Subject spotted.
Give my shield a recharge.
There's an enemy healing here.
I broke enemy shield. Got a target. New kill leader. They're getting
Target
copied
spotted.
against lobby.
You'll be all right. I gotcha. Whole squad take it. Look at that. Got a budding recruit here.
Just relax. I got everything under control. My shields are low. Better recharge them.
Healing.
Watch my back.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Shields are recharging. Ultimate accelerant here.
Care package being
Low on ammo. Finding more is probably a good idea.
Care package touching down. Secure rare platform.
Optics here. Mid-range.
I can use that.
Nice. Weapons looking fine.
The trap is set.
Care package over there. Care package over there.
Let's go that way.
Yes. This enhanced weapon will yield superior results. Excelsior. You've done
Got company out there. Confirmed hit on target. Reloading.
Nothing up my sleeves and whoosha, extra supplies.
Need a lead. Putting lead down range. Reloading. Give me a sec.
Looking for a thermite grenade.
Trap set and waiting.
One sec. Using
Gas trap deployed.
contact.
Getting shot.
Bang is one, bang is one, bang is one. Bang one back there.
I got everything under control.
Alright, let's just bang.
Gotta patch myself up.
Killed one myself. Deploying a variable. Healing my wounds.
One sec, healing up. Survey beacon over there.
Yes. Deploying a variable. Administering medical aid.
Positions marked on your map.
Nice. Weapons looking fine.
Gas trap deployed.
Optics here. Mid-range.
This enhanced weapon will yield
Survey beacon over
superior
there.
results. Spotted a ring console over there.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
I think we should move that. Survey beacon. I see a ring console over there.
A net positive result. Admirably done.
Attention. Delivering replicator. Attention. Eyes up. Incoming replicator. Nice. Champion.
Beware. I've added a variable. Placing an independent variable.
Next ring location on your map.
Survey beacon here.
Bamboozles for the foolsels. It works, it rhymes. Positions, check your map. And you're welcome.
I commend you on a positive yield.
Let's defend that spot so good they name it after us. Mirage and the rest land. It's perfect.
Mirage in the rest land? That is crazy. Reach Mirage.
Bam goes the boozle. You got bamboozled. Heads up, got one here. Enemy shield cracked.
Safety's out, folks. Enemies here.
Arc star delivered.
Top of the chimney.
I have a big pew pew as well, bitch.
Placing gas trap.
Knocked one.
Down to target.
She's one. Another squad, another squad.
You got bamboozled. Sending out another me. Enemy's good looking. Huh. I guess I gotta select an upgrade. Recharging shields. Care package over there.
I have shattered a subject's shield. Reloading.
You guys want to play for Mythic?
Firing. Trap set. Waiting.
Better than basic, that's for sure. Up in the chimney.
Get out there and bamboozle.
But a broken enemy shield.
Independent variable added.
Whole squad taken out. I like what I see. Attention.
One half of the squads remain.
Eyes up. Incoming replicator.
I think this place is a little more me.
In 2020 here. I grew up with one of these.
I need heavy ammo. Amp here.
Hostile. My marker.
Target spotted. Heavy ammo here.
Wouldn't let down range. Reloading.
I need health.
Peacekeeper here. B2020 here.
Kill leader eliminated.
You got a bad
Behind.
guy.
Reloading.
Another squad coming in.
Taking fire.
Firing on it. Enemy spotted. Prepare to defend here. Gas trap deployed.
Decoy escape. You got bamboozled.
Those careful.
You got bamboozled.
Fucking puto abandoned ship so quick. You guys have any syringes? Thank you.
Gotta patch myself up.
Got company out there.
Get to bamboozling.
Reloading.
You're hitting me. Reloading. Give me my shield to recharge. Care package over there.
One Kraber.
Ooh, I'm gonna go for it.
Okay. Beware. I've added a variable.
Popping a chimney. Marty, double timing it.
Replicator here, falling down. Reloading.
Reloading. Throwing frag. Recharging shields.
Third party. They're trying to corner us. Give me a sec. Recharging shield.
Rings close. 45. Give me my shield to recharge.
Cracked enemy shield. Couldn't let down range. Reloading.
Reloading.
He's dead.
30 seconds.
Give my shield to recharge.
Faking him out with a decoy.
That fool has missed every single shot.
Double time here. Give my shield a recharge. Healing. Watch my back. Let's relocate here.
Enemy spotted.
Look this way. Lay down
Dying
some
outside
defense
the
here.
ring would be pointless.
Let's go that way.
I have a subject in
We can
view.
get that building. That might be the play. We can get that building.
Just gotta see where everyone moves, no?
Subject spotted.
Bam. Yeah, sending out a decoy.
Wait, behind. Man.
Let's go here.
Double timing it. Giving it
There goes a boozle. Something like that.
One minute until the nearby ring.
Frag out.
Delivering frag. Placing an independent variable.
Give me a sec. Recharging shield.
Gas trap deployed. Being attacked by two different squads.
There goes a boozle. Something like that.
Another piece to land. I still see everything.
I think this place needs a little more meat.
Recharging shields.
Taken damage. Spotted. Double timing it. Taking a knee. Patching up.
Do you have your ulti caustic? Throw it on this, giving the building to the next to us. Fuck him up.
Close.
Throwing up.
Placing gas trap. Placing an independent variable. Work.
Put the light down range.
Deploying a variable.
Let's move that way. Giving my shield a recharge. There's one. Right.
Behind you, boys.
Right to subject.
Reloading. Shots fired, and they're hitting me.
Taking fire.
Maybe got too far. I'm okay with that.
Just us, man. Gotta watch it. Pop in the chimney. Give me a sec. Recharging the shields. How's the mic?
Just gotta patch myself up. You got bamboozled. You got bamboozled.
Give my shield a recharge.
You got bamboozled. Get to bamboozling.
Healing. Watch my back.
We need to ape this, Brad. Let's smoke him and we're just gonna ape it, guys.
Give me a minute, I'm gonna. Fuck it.
I need help.
Pop in the chimney. Cracking enemy shield.
You got bamboozled. Only 2 enemy squads remain. I love you.
Final ring's closing in. It's gonna be FUBAR. Whole squad. Back out.
Sending out another meeting.
Taking a knee. Patch it up. Grenade. No substitute
panic
for
at
real
the end.
steel.
See that? I ranked up.
Oh, I gotta fucking pee. Probably get some chips too.
They found an alarm clock that you can only turn off once. They opened up this frozen bag of fries and found a giant potato inside.
Y'all just talk it out. Just talk it out, bro.
Driving through the fire hydrant while my bro is knocked out.
Let's just do this. Look this. Careful, careful, careful. You still have no.
Actually, if he gets on the raft, he doubles his money. Yes, my buddy. Get a milk to the raft. Nice.
He figured out how to take the air out of his bike. This restaurant was so busy that these delivery guys were struggling to find their orders.
Diese Biene hat sich eingenistet hier bei uns in ein Strohhalm. Nur leider kann sie hier nicht bleiben. Weil.
That is the end of this video. Hopefully I made your day just a little better. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
All right. There's a game called Farlight 84. I've seen so many people say it's a blatant copy of Apex Legends, but worse. We're going to put that to the test and truly see if this game is a ripoff of Apex Legends. Let's jump into a game, see how it goes. and see if we feel that vibe of Apex Legends, but apparently worse. So with this too, we also have like Legends. It's called Heroes. What is this one? We got Gooning. Is that what that is? Oh goodness. Okay, we're gonna Scout, Assault. Okay, so it literally is Apex Legends, but called Heroes instead of Legends. My squad, it's just me. Okay, cool. This is the front runner. It's literally Apex, just from that. Okay, I don't have a team, but it is the exact same with the Jump Master. There's a Jet Master, and I think it's the exact same working premise where everyone stays together. I will say I do think I like the art design. I think that's cool. I do think it looks nice. Now let's see if this is a fun game or not. All right, I'm hearing someone. Let's see if we can, the safe zone is shrinking. Let's see if we can find people and eliminate. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna assume this game has bots, cause that felt way too easy. Have a good night. There is, from the looks of it, not like a shield at the bottom. I don't know why I just immediately knew how to work this either. That shield, the helmet. This is my loot. This is what they dropped, right? Rifle ammo. Okay. There is also an option to holster your weapon, which allows you to run faster. Again, Apex isn't the first to do that, but it is very, very, very similar to what Apex is. And I mean, even the looting, there's Legends as well. Okay, this is kind of like Maggie's Ball. Oh. That punching animation was the exact same as Apex Legends as well. This is very, very similar to Apex as well. What the hell? We have Upgrade Trait. Airbag Reinforcement. Increased damage reduction and automatically reloads weapons while rolling. Hitting an enemy with Summit Crush grants a temporary shield. Wind resistant. Enemies move slowly for a time after passing through the shield. We're going to do that. Wait, do I have more than one? Okay. Cool. Yep. What is this? Looks like I am making my thing in Apex go faster. You know, everything I keep saying is different or is the exact same as Apex. I'm just gonna play out the game, and I think we all know deep down that it's gonna be very similar to Apex. I'm hearing someone else. Come up. All right, knocked down. There we go. I don't know what any of this stuff is, but we're taking it. I'm hearing more people. Let's go try to kill them. Hey, have a good night. Merry Christmas. All right, we're gonna use this right now and see. Oh, no. Can I get out of it? Can I get out of this? I don't know how to get out of it. All right, all right. Knocked. Oh, no. Final rank 14 out of 20. So there are bots, I'm pretty sure, but that was not a bot. Okay. All right, game number 2. We are going to use a scout legend. This girl, Michelle, who looks like Princess Peach from Mario. I don't know why I'm not getting teammates if I have it set that way. But we are just going to do this. So, like, right here, it shows my squad. Front runner, me. What? I'm confused. Okay. This game, we're going to Hydro Plant. I will admit, again, I do kind of like the way the game looks. There's a lot of poppin' issues. Yeah, these buildings are clearly a ripoff of the Apex buildings. I mean, it's just a very visually obvious thing. All right, let's see if we can find some of these weapons right away. We got heals, we got that or whatever. I don't know what any of this stuff is. I'm kind of just grabbing and hoping that this stuff is good. What is this? Hello?
They've got
Wha- hello? Okay, I don't know what that is. XP devices. That's kind of like the Evo cache. I'm assuming there's a way to upgrade my shield as well, but I just don't know what that is yet. We'll figure it out. Whoa, 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 whoa. These are real people. Holy crap. All right, hold on. There we go. We knocked one.
That's one less enemy to worry about. Enemy down.
Come up this. Come up this. I dare you. We gotta use a shield. It's literally just Apex.
Comes first on stage.
Oh my god, what is that? I want my kill. Now, is it kind of like Apex where they can't open the door when I'm on it? It is. Can they kick it or anything? Oh, they can. Uh-oh. No. There we go.
Now that's a perfect curtain call.
I might be good at this game. I don't know. We might be ass. We might be good. We might be... Is this going to be like a full med kit that heals me all the way? It is. It's literally Apex. I just realized the storm is coming, so I do have to continue to run. There's people... There we go. Knocked you. Like, some of these people have to be bots. I can't imagine there's people that are this bad, but also... Oh. Okay. That's cool. I like that. I like that. See people fighting over here. I think I'm gonna land by it and hope that these people are also bots. They're playing like bots. They might not be, but we're gonna see if I can scan people. Boom, boom, boom.
Another one out of the game.
I don't know what... What the hell is that?
Fired up.
Okay, hold on. What am I looking at right now? All right, hold on. I gotta heal up. Stop. Am I gonna die because of the storm? I think I'm going to. I think I'm gonna die. I did die. Son of a... All right, so last game of the video. This time I do have teammates. I didn't change anything, so for 2 games in a row, we got 0 teammates. I don't really know why, but they are the Jet Master. So we're gonna see where they want to go. So my prediction was correct. It is exactly like Apex when it comes to the Jump Master. One of our teammates did get out of the thing, so they didn't follow. But it does work the exact same way. Okay, I'm curious to see what my things do. What is this? What is that? All right, we're gonna throw that out and see what that does. It's like a little grenade, essentially. Okay, interesting. That animation looked like it was from Valorant. It was weird. Oh. Oh, that's weird. That ability is strange. I do like it, though. That's cool. That is genuinely a very weird, like, style. Okay, teammates are actually goated right now. Thankfully, I have teammates because I do think these people are real. And I do think I'm going to get more real people. Again, I don't know if there are bots in this game. There might not even be bots. I might just be that good. Right? Yeah, I'm really that good. I need heals from you. I don't know what I'm taking. I'm just kind of clicking things at this point. Oh, I didn't get any shield from him. Now, I will say, just from the little time that I've had on this game, it is very clear that it is copying multiple games. And while that is kind of like a I do think this is fun. Will I continue to play it? I don't know. Probably not, to be honest. But at the same time, I do think this game is fun. It does feel like it is sadly going to be one of those games that kind of just dies out. I don't know. And I'm not hoping that, because I do think every game deserves to shine and have their fan base enjoy it. But it doesn't seem like it's going to be a game that sticks around for a long time. What is this? Can I shoot you? What are we doing? What are those things? That's a person? What the heck? Alright. Hey dude, why'd you try hurting me? I'm pretty sure that right there is like a complete ripoff of Valorant. That looks like a Valorant bubble, does it not? Okay. I think the reason I am enjoying it is because it is easy at the moment. I do assume that at some point when the games start getting harder, and if, again, I don't know if there's bots. It feels like there is. If it gets to a point where I'm only getting real players, obviously I'm going to get my S-Rock because I feel like people know how to play this game and I've never touched it in my entire life. Gain XP. There we go. Level up. I mean, yeah, that's an Evo cash right there, boys and girls. That's legit.
That location interests me. Countdown.
Great. Already inside the ring.
This weapon is enhanced.
Per favore. I added the enemy's position to your map. Non c'è di che.
My weapon is enhanced. Neat.
Shotgun bolt here. R99 here. Heavy ammo here. R99 here.
Not bad, friend. In fact, that was good.
First blood.
Attention.
I was sure it would be me.
Evo harvesters are online.
Good news. We're already in the next ring.
Backpack here. Shotgun. Optics here. Close range.
Got an enhanced weapon. Ready to use it.
Shield cell here.
Shotgun ammo here.
Care package being delivered. Standing by for care package. The care package has touched down over there.
Care package over there.
Ooh, leveled up. Time to customize.
Congratulations. That was neat.
Tracker in place. Dropping a tracker. Any locations are on your map. Stick with me. I always
Let's check
find
out
them.
that way, friends.
This rings far.
They're dropping a replicator.
Healing. Oh, low health. Need to heal.
Shield battery here.
Un momento. I've got an enemy here just begging to get ambushed. Target here. Time to say hi. With a gun.
Grenade incoming.
Dropping a tracker.
Look out, grenade!
Enemy here.
Shield core here. Level 3.
Tracking an enemy. Ambush begin.
Here I go! It's quite far.
Arc star out.
Enemy spotted.
Tracker scanning.
Routing to main tear.
I am taking fire, friends.
Opponent found and tracked.
Giving my shields a... Congratulations. That was neat. Repairing.
Ten seconds until the ring closes. Move.
An opponent dropped near me. This is gonna be good.
Shields are depleted. Recharging.
Dropping a tracker. Target scanned and tracked. Tracker out. Hey, got a target here.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Opponent found and tracked. Oh, new supplies dropping. I could use more stuff.
Package over there.
Maximum level. Maximum spare. Reloading.
Bound by my hand.
I have been down.
Throwing frags.
Checking an arm. Enemy tracked. Reloading.
Finding them. Marker adopted. Grenade. I shattered an enemy's shield. Time to bind you. Shields are depleted. Recharging.
Go this way.
Hot off the presses and breaking news, a federal judge in New York has denied the Trump administration's attempt to mislead the American people into thinking that the grand jury transcripts in the Maxwell and Epstein criminal cases are the Epstein files, and has denied having those grand jury transcripts released to the American people. But before he does it, Judge Paul Engelmeyer in New York does a couple of critical things that advances the debate and the charges against the Trump administration for hiding and covering up the Epstein conspiracy. In the first part of his order that I'm going to read to you, I'm going to put it up on Legal AF Substack as well. In the first part, he outlines all the ways that Ghislaine Maxwell is not a victim, but that she was convicted of heinous crimes and being involved with the rape and sexual abuse of girls. I think he does that for a reason, to set the record straight. Now that he's read, I'm sure, all of the attempts by the Trump administration and others around him to rehabilitate the reputation of Ghislaine Maxwell, much to the discredit of the victims, undermining again and victimizing the victims. So there's that section of the order. Let's talk about who Ghislaine Maxwell really is based on evidence, not based on right-wing podcasters and right-wing sycophants for Donald Trump trying to make Ghislaine Maxwell's future pardon palatable. Then he goes over all the ways that the government has previously promised that they would be completely transparent and release all of the documents, 300 gigabytes of documents. Judge Engelmeyer reminds the Trump administration and the public for the public record of that as well. And then finally, he looks at the fact that there are no special circumstances present at all to undermine what's called the rule of secrecy, which generally cloaks any grand jury process in secrecy so it's not disclosed to the public for good reason. He finds no special circumstances are present and finds basically that the Trump position is laughable and demonstrably false. His words. I'm Michael Popak. These are my words. I'm on Midas Touch and on Legal AF. I got it in my hands. I wanted to report on it right away. But the structure of the opinion and order by Judge Engelmeyer, so powerful in what he says about the Trump position to set the record straight. And that's what federal judges should be doing. He's the second federal judge to have rejected Donald Trump's attempt to redefine for the American public in their mind that the Epstein files are the grand jury transcripts. He reminded Judge Engelmeyer, just as Judge Rosenberg did when she rejected a similar application 2 weeks ago. And there's one more that we're waiting on because Engelmeyer is the judge that took over the case involving Maxwell. We're still waiting for the Epstein judge.
Unless they tell us.
Show no mercy. Target landed near me. Full move. And fatal.
No gun.
In the next ring. Time for a gelato?
Got my weapon in hand. Let's do this.
Fight, because we got an opponent nearby. Setting a tracker. Un momento, per favore.
These ties bind. Searching for the pier. Something to give us.
One tap on altar.
Some extra munitions here.
I shattered an enemy's shield.
Tracker in place.
Revs one. Bottom floor. There's two. Revs in this corner right here. Revs in this corner. Caustic's on the door. Good stuff. Black Mike, can you cap me? Ash outside. Behind us. Coming out the door.
Enemy down.
Good stuff.
That was all that remained of a pitiful squad.
Che bello. I'm an upgraded style.
A few kills. Medkit here.
Good news. We're already in the next ring.
Extended heavy magazine here. Level 1. This weapon is enhanced. Ultimate accelerant here.
Enemy locations are on your map. Stick with me. I always find my mark. Extended light mag here. Level 2.
Let's explore that way. I'm out of energy ammo.
Care package being delivered.
Ooh, energy ammo here.
Recharging my shields. I need it.
Or did you do that? My bad.
Come on. Watching here. Nothing.
I didn't see that you dibsed it.
Recharging shields. A care package has touched down. A care package has touched down over there.
Sparrow's cracked.
I'm under fire. Recharging shield.
Setting a tracker. Un momento, per favore. Took out an enemy. Who's next? The enemy shield is broken. Reload.
No, no.
Don't know right on us. Just run, just run.
Just run.
You gotta send new team way before they're right on us.
Lifeline drone is so. Oh, I don't.
Maximum level, maximum sparrow. Upgraded, uplifted, and up to no good. Oh, I should heal. I'm in bad shape. Healing.
Just get us right here.
We don't abandon our own.
Mate. Can't tip.
Lifeline, you might have to land on him and res him. Oh no, he gets that up.
Enemy track. Enemy there. Game on, Raga.
They try to destroy me, but I
You're not gonna stand the thing.
Tracker out. A tra poco. Boom.
There's one in front of us anyway. It'll be alright.
New kill leader.
healing. Line there. Survey beacon there.
Enemy locations are on your map. Stick with me. I always find my mark.
Replicator incoming. Healing.
You coming with me, Doc? Hey, Doc. You follow them now,
Ultimate accelerant here. When did my ammo get so low?
Hey, Doc, come on back.
I need energy ammo.
Target. Meet me here. Taking fire.
Like, why am I getting shot at? There's a res right there.
Setting a tracker. Un momento, per favore.
I now have an enhanced
Roped it and spotted. Taking
enemy
fire.
close.
Reload. Recharge.
Let's put you in a bind. I shattered an enemy's shield.
Half the squad's left. No time to be tired.
Reload.
Hey, that was pretty good.
Shields are depleted.
Extra supplies here. Firepower is key.
Firing stinger.
Shield battery here.
45 seconds. Can you reach the ring in that
Correct them.
time? Taking fire.
Wait, they're still here? What the? I don't know. I didn't know they stayed after he died, you know? That's fun.
Shields are depleted.
Left structure back. Reloading.
That was sick.
I didn't know they stayed after he died. That's a cool thing. That they, I guess, added.
His teammates are still.
No, but like usually when you just kill the person, their things get going. You know?
Not on
Happens with Sparrow.
Not on
Sparrow ult's gone if you guys die.
has touched. Shield battery here.
Setting a tracker. Un momento, per favore. Tracker scanning. I added the enemy's positions to your map. Non c'è di che.
These bombs are. I have caught them.
They perp.
Scout that area.
Taking fire. I'm down.
Guys, help. They're pushing, they're pushing, they're pushing. They're on me, they're pushing, guys.
We lost a teammate.
I thought one of you guys were gonna shoot them.
Setting a tracker.
I thought one of you guys were gonna shoot them, so I had time to, like, get out of there.
Just giving my shield a recharge. Just a scrape. 1 second. Look, patching myself up a bit. Go to replicator, coming down. That's a far range. Patching myself up a bit.
If you want, you can get us right here and we can walk the rest in.
45. Rings far.
Oh, never mind, 40 seconds on ring.
Just giving my shields a recharge. Seconds. Stay with me there, and keep the healing coming. Just 10 seconds.
If you're talking, nothing's going out, Sparrow.
Oh.
Of course, I'm like. I'm teleporting.
Got an extended energy mag right here. Level 2.
I need optics for an LMG.
Shield battery here.
A care package has touched down over there. R301 here. I need optics. I need a laser. Enemy here.
Got a replicator coming down.
Optics here. Sniper.
Take your time. The ring is close, and there's a whole minute to play.
Oh, they done. They done. Go to the. Go to.
Might be something good this way.
Yeah, don't overextend, don't overextend.
45
We have a
seconds,
really
rings
good
close.
rotate on us. They're resing on roof.
Target acquired. There.
What'd you say?
Throwing frag.
Yeah, but it's all right.
Why are we going in this way? We have a perfect spot right here.
Targeting that spot.
30 seconds.
We can go there.
Enemy there.
I know, but if we went back around, we would have been right there with no one shooting at us.
Enemy far off.
The team's gonna have to rotate in. We need to watch this team. Oh, they Valve ulted.
We're fine.
Shoot this, shoot this, shoot this, shoot this.
You're alone. should be with us.
Crack the first one.
Hold up.
Crack the second one.
Reloading.
One's down below us.
Oh, it was so low.
Check it out.
Here.
Track it out and scanning for enemies. Watch out! Opponent there! Got an enemy there.
Almost cracked one of them on the scene.
Beginning ring countdown.
Enemy locations are on your map. Stick with me. I always find my mark.
Shield battery here.
Near ring with 45. Guarda, enemy track.
Not so fast. Time to bind you.
Shield battery here.
Just giving my shields a recharge.
We have a really good spot for you right now. These guys are gonna try to right, we can just like that.
Target acquired here.
If you have a nade, throw a nade right here. Or sparrow scan right there. If you sparrow ult right there into the window, it's huge, huge damage.
Here. What's the team? What's the team?
Recharging shields. They will.
I'm saving my ult in case they want to jump us. We got a good spot right here.
You watch that. I'm gonna watch this.
Team, watch the team.
You help him. I'm gonna watch this so they don't.
I have no
push up
sight,
us.
dude.
Tracker in place. Enemy there. Guarda, enemy track.
Behind the pole. I ulted that. Come back.
They're playing underneath.
Enemy here.
Yeah, that lifeline ad is playing low.
We should just.
Yeah, just chill back here.
I'm dead.
Eliminate the enemy. Not so fast. Time to bind you.
Sending out the tracker dart.
This way, let's go.
Hide.
108.
We need to go up. We need to go up more. No, we need to go up more. I have no ammo.
Other squad
No, we
that
need
you
to
were
go
watching
up more
fucked
where
us.
there's a thing. You need to save your ult there, because that lifeline ult didn't really do much for us.
We weren't fighting the same squad, I think. That's why.
No, we were. I cracked the dude on the one you guys, and I was trying to shoot the one off of the thing on the left. And you guys just needed a backup because you were in line of sight of the other team.
to make his ruling, but I'm sure it'll be about the same. And as part of process, how we got here is that the government moved to unseal, stating, get this, as Donald Trump is telling his public and MAGA, there's nothing to see here. Why are we still talking about this story? You're asking, that's criminal. You're asking this story again. I'm trying to talk about tariffs.
Oh, the Bengals
At the same time, the Bondi and the Attorney General files papers saying it's of great public importance. The public needs to know about the Epstein files, which we want people to believe is just the grand jury. And the grand jury was just one-day grand jury for Epstein, one-day grand jury for Ghislaine Maxwell. There were 2 total witnesses in the grand jury, and the only people they testified about sexual criminal conduct by Maxwell and Epstein, and that was it. Just summary witnesses by law enforcement. So the judge is like, there's nothing here that hasn't already been brought out to the public, and more is in the public based on lawsuits brought by the victims. But let me go through in order the structure of this. First, the judge letting the public know in his own way that not only is Ghislaine Maxwell no saint, but she is a criminal sinner when it comes to the abuse of girls and women and her involvement in it. She's not a victim. She is the henchman and the only living co-conspirator of this child sex trafficking ring. This is what he says on pages 2 through 4. On June 29, 2020, a grand jury in this district, that's in New York, returned a 6-count indictment against Maxwell, alleging that she had facilitated and participated in Epstein's sexual abuse of multiple minor girls. It charged her with conspiracy to entice minors to engage in illegal sex acts, conspiracy to transport minors with intent to engage in illegal sexual activity, transportation of a minor with intent to engage in illegal sexual activity, and 2 counts of perjury. It based these charges on her conduct with respect to 3 minor victims whom the government identified pseudonymously, meaning they didn't name the names. On July 8th, the grand jury returned a superseding indictment, this time adding charges of sex trafficking conspiracy, sex trafficking of a minor in the indictment, and sexual abuse from 1994 to 2004. Then on pages 2 to 3, Judge Engelmeyer reminds the world that Maxwell was given a trial. Sometimes you watch right-wing media and you're like, oh, why is she in prison? Well, here's why she's in prison. It was before Judge Allison Nathan. She's now been elevated to the Second Circuit.
Just keep writing the same shit.
Trying to find just the right balance, because there's nothing really challenging you, because you're
We need to sync up. We're not all in the ring.
I've discovered the location of the next ring. Check your map. Deploying a
Check your map.
Attention. First blood. First blood. Tastes like victory. Huh. Not bad.
We're close to the ring. 10 seconds.
Attention. Evo harvesters are online.
Extended light mag here. Level 3.
Backpack ready. Level 3. In
That's
progress.
mine. I retract that.
Hey, the ring is moving and we're all outside. It's not great. Extended light mag here. Level 3.
Got an extended energy mag here. Level 3.
My weapon is now enhanced.
Damn, this perro's fucking divvying everything, bro.
Watch your back.
Leaving a gas trap behind. Barrel stabilizer here. Level 1. Placing an independent variable.
Weapon enhanced. Ain't that pretty?
Backpack here. Level 2.
New level, new upgrade.
Better than basic.
Save that for me, please.
Mag here. Level 3.
Upgraded, uplifted, and to no good.
It's as far as fuck.
You don't have any real problems, and you're not on the Earth. You're not standing on the Earth anymore. You're in a bubble where you sort of like, maybe I'll try this, and maybe I'll just do protein now, and I'll do, you know what I mean? And you'll never find a balance because life that's not a normal life. That's not organic living. That's not living like a human being. You know?
Joe Rogan's podcast seems to have only gotten worse this year, as every time a new episode drops, it becomes increasingly clear that Joe has drifted into wacko territory. No longer is Joe Rogan the relatable stoner that talks about the four-dimensional beings he encountered on DMT. Nowadays, Joe's morphed into this almost grumpy variation of a boomer that no longer talks with his guests, but at them. Usually about the same 4 or 5 political points stuck on a loop. Like no matter what kind of guest he has on, Joe will inevitably end up talking about either COVID-19, how California has turned into a godforsaken wasteland, how great Austin, Texas is, or he'll just go on a conservative glazing session. And it's gotten so bad now that longtime fans of the show have stopped listening to most episodes. Joe Rogan's peers have also become more comfortable calling him out on public platforms recently, as we just saw veteran comedians like Bill Burr and Mark Maron do on 2 huge podcasts last week.
You know, there's certain podcasts out there that if you're a racist, if you're an anti-Semite, and you want a softball interview, there's podcasts out there where you can, and they will laugh at your fucking bad jokes.
The thing with Joe is I don't know the...
Delivering frag.
Throwing a tracker.
Give my shield a recharge. Pop in the chimney.
Getting shot at.
Beware. That's the variable.
Arc star out.
My vision is clear. Another variable for the lab rats. My vision is getting shot at. My vision is clear.
Reloading. Confirm kill. Tracker in place.
Arc star delivered.
Arc star out.
There's a replicator coming in.
Took down an opponent. Bullseye. Enemy tracked.
Let's displace there.
Dropping a tracker. Reloading. Bullseye. Killed an opponent.
An admirable kill. I've discovered the location of the next ring.
I'm gonna grab assist. Evo harvester, get purple.
I'm a scan.
People flying in above me.
A subject landed near me.
What the fuck? Why is there a whole team on me out of nowhere?
They downed me.
Bullseye. Enemy tracked.
My vision is
Got a
clear.
target here.
Found extra supplies here. Arm up.
Healing.
Standard shot here. Level 3.
target center.
Enemy here. Maybe I should introduce myself.
Nice. You did good there.
There's a solo right there. There's another squad coming from the back.
There's a mark out there in the distance.
Should just go rest here.
Hey, Raga,
Got a
let's go there.
replicator there. Grab whatever you can carry.
Opponent right here.
Enemy over there.
I know they're gonna be there.
Tracker out. A tra poco. Crafty, got the banner. We don't abandon our own.
Attention. Delivery. Jump tower over there. Care packages.
Up in the chimney.
Give my shield a recharge.
I fucked up, bro. I could have killed that guy.
I'm going here. Come on. Got a heal.
Target spotted.
Come on. Go here.
Spotted. Double timing it. Ambush! Ambush! There's another squad!
Giving him the shimmy.
Opponent there. Boom. Tracker set.
My shield a recharge.
New kill leader. I don't know. Sounds like too much pressure for them. Hey, the champion fell. Enemy shield is broken.
Giving him the chimney.
Party arrived. They're gonna regret this. I'm down.
Oscar Mike.
Tracking an enemy. Let the ambush begin. Enemy here.
We have a lot to talk about because of my, my idea of what
Oh, that one
is
bun.
fun to comedy.
Sure.
And I don't think it's great.
But to be fair, Mark Maron has been Joe Rogan's biggest hater since the early 90s. And ever since 2021, we haven't seen Bill Burr on Joe Rogan's podcast. So these guys calling Joe out doesn't really come as a surprise to most people. A better indicator of how far gone Joe truly has become is when his closest friends call him out on his own show, almost as if they're trying to show Joe Rogan the light. Like when Joey Diaz snapped at Joe Rogan for talking about things that truly shouldn't matter to either of them.
Have you seen any of that stuff on Japan? See if you can find anything on the Japanese population crisis. They're having so few children in Japan that, like, in 3 generations, they could be in real trouble.
That's your question?
Yeah.
What the fuck's it got to do with me? I don't give a fuck about the Japs. What the fuck is wrong with you, Joe?
Well, I think about it with us. Because I think about it with, like, civilizations collapsing. I think about it what we've been talking about the whole day.
Yeah, but we don't have to worry about that.
I know. We don't have to worry about it. You're right.
This is the first podcast I'm done that I'm scared. You know what I'm saying? What the is wrong with you?
You're right.
Enough with this shit.
You're right.
And politics, enough. COVID is over.
This clip happened around 3 months ago, and if Joe had listened to Joey Diaz's advice, even in the slightest back then, I wouldn't be making this video. So, as you may have guessed, Joe did not listen. And in the past 3 weeks or so, I feel as if he's become the most out-of-touch version of himself to date, and he's now bending reality based on his own personal relationships. Like on episode 2352 with James Tallarico, when Joe disagreed with his guest about Nick Fuentes being a Holocaust denier, insisting that denying the Holocaust and debating the numbers of the Holocaust are two very different things.
Research on this to learn about it, but there's been a lot of stories about these 2 billionaires and their control over state government. And I say this because
But a big part of the Daily Wire is Ben Shapiro, and Ben Shapiro's very Jewish.
well, and these two billionaires hosted a meeting with Nick Fuentes, who is a Holocaust denier, and
He's
got a lot of
Holocaust
pushback.
denier?
Nick
Sorry.
Fuentes?
He's a denier,
Yes.
or does he debate the numbers?
Well,
Is that
to be fair, I don't listen to a lot of Nick Fuentes, which is on me. But
who funds it? Duo serves. Yep.
Pretty odd thing to push back on, Joe. Especially since Joe doesn't push back in the very slightest when he has people on his podcast.
Here we go. Ready up.
The next ring's far. Get moving. Don't make me shoot at your feet. Got an enhanced weapon. Ready to use it.
Extended energy mag here. Level 2. Got this weapon enhanced. Good.
Why is this game getting so serious this early?
Ring closes in 45. It's far, so no time.
Not fucking diamond, bro.
Pretty good, Capataz. Looking for sniper optics. Someone got first blood. There's like some peacekeeper here. Evo harvesters are now
A la verga, bro. Ya pero me mato. Fuck. Me salió un pedo, güey.
Extended light mag here. Level 2.
Extra supplies here. I'll share. We'll be toasted by the ring if we don't move.
I added the enemy's position to your map. Non c'è di che.
Attention. Delivering care package. Care package on its way. Care package over there.
Optics here. Mid-range.
Not bad, not bad.
When did my ammo get so low? Time to find more.
Mind if I take it?
Oh, I gotta fucking put my clothes in the dryer.
Tracker set. And ready to
Fucking
detonate.
Flor me espantó a la verga.
I added the enemy's position to your map. Non c'è di che.
Not bad.
Tracker out. A tra poco.
Hostile spotted.
Firing stinger. Broken opponent's shield. Now
We got this right team looking at us. Right
Never mind.
You almost had me. It wasn't enough to crack my shield.
I got beam.
Do people actually want answers from, like the sitting president, the vice president, and of course the current director of the FBI, who, if you don't know by now, was sitting 4 feet away from Joe Rogan when Elon Musk publicly accused Trump of being on the Epstein list, to which the FBI director just conveniently skated on over.
Since we were talking about fake news, this is going to come up. It's been going on since we've been recording here. Elon and Trump seem to be in a bit of a status. Did you check the tweet that Elon just put out a little bit ago?
Time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day. Jesus Christ.
I'm not participating in any of that conversation
What is
between
he?
Elon
Have a
and
nice day, DJD. Someone should take his phone away.
They're going back and forth about different things. And
Yeah.
How does he know? Does he know that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files? Or does he have access to the Epstein files?
I don't know how he would, but I'm just staying out of the Trump Elon thing. That's way outside my lane.
What the fuck are they doing?
I know my lane, and that ain't it.
I just don't. I mean,
Wow, not a peep
I'll say
from
yes with
Joseph.
that.
But you know, when Nick Fuentes is being accused of being a Holocaust denier, then Joe's got to step in. And then to make his listeners even more annoyed with that situation, Joe actually talked about this encounter with Kash Patel only a few weeks ago on his podcast with Danny Jones, where he scoffed at the idea of actually pushing back at the FBI guy about Epstein.
you know, you have the director of the FBI on this show saying there's no. If there was, nothing you're looking for is on those tapes. Like, what? Why'd they say there was thousands of hours of tapes of people doing horrible shit? Why'd they say that?
Right.
Didn't Pam Bondi say that?
What, are you talking about Epstein or Diddy?
Yeah, Epstein.
Yeah, she said it literally, I think, a week before you had the FBI director sitting here telling you there was nothing, right?
She said something about that there was like thousands
Yes.
of hours of tapes of people doing horrible crimes.
There is. And didn't the FBI dude say that there was nothing?
Kash Patel said there's nothing you're looking for. Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, what am I going to do? I'm going to push back.
Right. No, of course. I understand.
Obviously,
I understand.
he's saying what he has to say.
Right.
Yeah, you
This
push
is what
back,
I'm
bro.
talking
And that depends. What is he? Is he a journalist only? Ooh, everyone's there.
Take your time. The ring is close, and there's a whole minute to play. Oh, getting shot at. I'm recharging my shields. 45 seconds. Far ring. I should probably run. Snatched out teammate's banner. Looking at an enemy. Way out there.
Care package coming down. Don't load any gear or account it.
Let's check out this area. Recharging my shields. Boom! The tracker set.
Opening
Oh,
fire.
Huh. They should not have given up. Let's scout this area. Un momento. Gotta heal.
Getting shot at. Aye, another squad is here. Look alive. But I'm down.
Tracker set. Tracker out. A tra poco.
Got this weapon in hand. Got them. Reloading. Over there. Getting shot at.
Tracker out. A tra poco.
I'm crafting something. Suddenly. I'm opening a Phoenix kit. Amp here. It could change our path for the better.
Already in the next ring? Time for a gelato?
Calling this.
I'm kidding.
Care package coming in.
New kill leader. Huh. I don't know. Sounds like too much pressure for them. Boom. Tracker set. Tracking an enemy. Opponent right here. Enemy shield is watch out! Opponent there! Oh, che bello!
For us. Take a shot here. I'm down. Firing.
Ring countdown.
It's okay. I don't think anyone saw, except whoever shot. Upgraded and ready to fight to the death.
Replicator coming down. I'm healing up.
They're shooting at me.
Recharging my shield. 1 sec.
I'm recharging my shield.
1 minute. Ring's pretty close.
Healing.
Going to face. Placing a portal.
I'm recharging my shields.
Phoenix, ring closes in 45 seconds. Set the portal. 30 seconds left.
Opponent found and tracked. I'm looking at an opponent here.
Change our path for the better.
Hey, we should see what's up over here.
Pretty sure we're not alone here.
Check it out. Enemy here. Maybe I should introduce myself.
Ring close in 10. We're nearly there.
Hey, raga.
Not
let's
sure.
go there.
I think someone's targeting me.
Enemy tracked. Attenzione, enemy here.
We're outside of the ring and it's moving.
We should see what's up over here. Let's check out this area. Setting a tracker. Target here.
Backpack here.
Time to say
Level
hi
2.
with our guns.
Enemy close to me. Maybe I can sneak a peek at them here.
Target scanned and tracked.
Thermite grenade out.
Bullseye. Enemy tracked. Opponent right here. Whoa.
Amped up, ramped up.
Reloading. Time to move. This way.
Well
Not today, cup of tea.
This way.
Patching myself up. We're close to the ring. 30 seconds left. Make sure we're not alone here.
We're nearly there.
Let's go this way. Let's explore this way.
Keeping my eye on this spot. Tracker set. Working together is war. Enemy there. Game on, Ragas.
Good.
Tracker out and scanning for enemies.
Out is you after.
Fighting.
Firing.
Opponent shield. Took out an enemy. Watch out. Enemy here.
Another squad attacking. Focus. This time I'm down.
Getting shot at.
I'm down.
You need to hit the range more.
About when I say that longtime listeners have been really fed up with Rogan recently. Joe has 24 million listeners every week, yet refuses to practice any type of good interviewing when he has guests on that people really want answers from. So it's crystal clear that he has a political bias on his show, because he obviously only gives softball interviews to people that he aligns with. But at least Joe Rogan platforms actual politicians and scientists that are professionals in the field that they're talking about. What's even more annoying than Joe not pushing back is when Joe decides to talk politics all by himself. Because he doesn't really fact check anything he has to say. And when he goes on these long political spiels, it's almost like you can feel Jamie on the edge of his seat just itching to turn on his mic. But he doesn't in order to keep his job.
We're in this complete shifting of the polls where the Republicans now are in favor of free speech. The Republicans want to end the wars. They want to stop contributing to foreign countries. They want comedy to be comedy again. They don't want restrictions on people's behavior and thinking.
Yeah.
And the Democrats have developed this sort of like cult-like idea of what everyone should accept and what's normal and what's not normal and what needs to be elevated in our population and what needs to be ignored. And it's just like,
It's kind of insane of Joe to still push the idea that Republicans are anti-war and pro-free speech at this point. Like, come on, Joe. Even if you ignore the massive increases to the military budget, the push to start a war with Iran, and deporting foreign students from speaking out, you'll still find plenty of evidence showing they're pro-war and pro-censorship. A lot of people actually think that Joe was saying this on purpose. Like, people believe that Joe is probably aware of everything that I just listed, but subconsciously ignores it because if he didn't, threaten his new life in Austin.
What's going on?
What side he's on. But funnily enough, still thinks he's in the center when it comes to politics.
Vinte
Which he
segundos
says
to the
about
Amazon.
5 seconds later in this very
Come on.
podcast.
God damn, you guys are
The Amazon guy, bro. You're just working at Amazon. It's okay, bro. Fucking Amazon, dude. What are you working at Amazon for? What Amazon do to you? Come on.
Which is most artists, by the way.
Yeah, of course.
And then you get to this point where you're like, no, I can't go along with you on all these things.
Yeah.
You guys are you're just a bunch of fucking assholes who are using these subjects as a way where you can behave incredibly shitty, incredibly uncharitable, like vicious, mean, ostracizing people from society. I don't want any part of it. I don't want any part of the way you guys think and behave. And you to pretend that you're doing it for good. You're doing it for you're gluing yourself to the wall for climate change. The fuck you are. You're just a nut. You're just a crazy, entitled nut. And you're fucking up society. Yeah. This is not the way that people should be behaving. And I can't believe it makes people go to the other. The Republicans are smarter about it now in this day and age. Because they're like, hey, we'll take it. Hey, it's fine. Come over to us. You can say whatever you want. Comedy's back.
It's a big ebb and flow. To me, it's like some weird natural balance of like things shift a little bit to the left, things shift a little bit to the right.
But we gotta hold the center.
So So yeah,
Is it just
way
one guy?
too much political jargon from a
Alpha
guy who
squad.
used to talk about grizzly bears, bow hunting, and the ancient Egyptians' knowledge of the pineal
Yeah,
gland.
it's kinda
And
weird.
again, most people wouldn't mind Joe talking politics if he went about it in a level-headed way. But it's almost like he's pandering to one side, like he sold out to Joe. But in my opinion, the political grifting Joe's done recently isn't even his worst offense. Joe's most despicable behavior can actually be observed when legitimate, reputable scientists go on the show and disagree with any of Joe's various conspiracy theories. Like Joe's handling of the Flint Dibble Graham Hancock debate was just atrocious. Because even though Flint provided real evidence to back his claims, since he's an actual archaeologist who's been to the sites that Graham and Joe talk about, Joe and pseudo-archaeologist Graham Hancock just bullied and interrupted their way through the podcast. And after that show, believe it or not, Joe actually made fun of Flint Dibble for having cancer.
That guy embodies what you don't like about academia. You see him physically embodying it. Like, it's like, that's what it is. It's these weak men. These weird, kind of bitchy
Hey there, Joe. I just found out yesterday that you ridiculed my appearance in front of millions of people on your podcast. Here I am. I have had, for the last, 6 hours in the hospital to consider this while I get treated for my stage 4 cancer with an infusion. You know that I've been fighting cancer for the last 4 years. You've mentioned it to millions of people on this podcast.
What a man Joe Rogan truly is. And if you haven't watched the whole expose video Flint Dibble put out about Rogan, I put the link in the description down below, and I highly recommend you guys give that a view, because he tore Rogan to shreds, and it really puts Joe in a light that you may have never seen before.
Joe Rogan, you're a coward. You called me a fighter.
And mind you, all this stuff about Joe happened in the last 4 or 5 months or so, which is why I think that Joe Rogan is actually at rock bottom right now. Because it's not like any of this is new, you know? But it's become much worse recently. And people speculate that this version of Joe Rogan sprouted all the way back in the COVID-19 pandemic, when Rogan sparked backlash by stating on his podcast that healthy young people don't need a COVID-19 vaccine.
But if you're like 21 years old and you say to me, should I get vaccinated? I go, no. Are you healthy? If you're a healthy person and you're exercising all the time and you're young and you're eating well, and like, I don't think you need to worry about this.
And after saying this, you guys might know that he was immediately criticized by Dr. Fauci, White House officials, and huge media outlets. Then, to make things even worse, Rogan contracted the COVID-19 virus that September and detailed in a video what he was using to combat the virus, which included the infamous horse dewormer medicine ivermectin.
And turns out I got COVID. We immediately threw the kitchen sink at it. All kinds of meds, monoclonal antibodies, ivermectin, Z-Pack, prednisone, everything.
So Joe Rogan was lambasted in the media for this, as according to the media, he was effectively spreading misinformation about COVID-19 treatments in a time when people were overall confused about the virus and the vaccine. And this was truly a canon event for Rogan, as he seemed to grow extremely salty about the major corporations that called him out. Like, to this very day, he still won't shut up about COVID-19.
And, and it was pushed by these multimedia corporations, these huge news corporations. It was pushed by them. It was all nonsense and propaganda, including Rolling Stone and CNN. Rolling Stone had a whole article that was 100% bullshit about people who were waiting in line at the emergency room for gunshot wounds because there were so many people that were getting treated for horse dewormer because they took too much ivermectin.
Wow.
Total fabrication.
Yeah.
With a stock photograph of people waiting in line in August in Oklahoma. This is supposed to be taking place. A stock photograph of people wearing winter coats outside in line because they're waiting for the fucking flu shot. So it's a lie. It's a lie in a
Beginning ring countdown.
Nice, already in the next ring. Time for a gelato?
Level 3.
Save that for me, please.
chance against you, beautiful.
Evo harvesters are now available. Barrel stabilizer here. Level 2. Don't drive set.
Good news. We're already in the next ring. An upgrade for me? You left this for me? Oh. Grazie. Bella. Grazie.
Care package being delivered.
Ooh, but this weapon is somehow even more beautiful than before.
Enhanced my weapon. Care package over there. Shops open. For VIPs only. My favorite kind of fish. The kind of all night. Optics here. Mid-range.
Boom! Track is set. Enemy locations are on your map. Stick with me. I always find my mark.
Lovely. First, throwing jump drive.
Surveying that area. Enemy there. Game on, raga. Ship is broken. Fighting. I'm recharging my shield. Enemy there. Far.
Reloading.
Boom. Track is set.
Reloading. Target over there.
Reloading. Tracker out and scanning for enemies. Saw that. Enemy track. Firing stinger. I'm recharging my shields. Track is set. Tieni duro.
Another squad is up.
Hey, time to move. That way.
Positioning.
Punching a tunnel.
Shit. Every game.
We lost one. It's just you and me now.
You stay there. We have to move.
Portal's ready. Need to recharge my shields.
I'll go crowd them.
Ah, I need to heal. I'm vulnerable like this. Physically, not emotionally. Ah, I need to heal. I'm vulnerable like this. Physically, not emotionally. Un momento. Gotta heal. Hold, please. I'm crafting. Snatched up teammate's banner. ring closes in 1 minute, but it's right there.
We have 45 seconds, and the next ring's right there. Don't leave anything good behind.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
Oh, we should scout that area.
We're close to the ring. 30 seconds left.
That enemy's being tracked. Opponent, right here. Shotgun bolt here, level 3.
Firing.
Enemy there, fast.
They spotted me. I'm taking shots.
Already in the next ring? Time for a gelato? Tracker out.
Enemy spotted.
Tracker dart out.
Need to recharge my shields.
I'm recharging my shields. Un momento. You gotta heal.
Do any of you guys have 2 batteries I can borrow?
Quick, here.
That's all I can say. I'm down
I got
bad.
just the thing for you.
Shield battery here.
Hell of a time to go shopping.
Nice choice. So next.
Firing.
Recharging my shields.
Strong thermite grenade. Enemy shield broken. Enemy over there.
Tracker in place. Reloading.
Reloading.
Throwing jump drive.
Killed an enemy.
Tracker out. Monitor. Got an enemy there.
Enemy spotted. I cracked an enemy. Reloading. Took care of that one.
Pushing you.
Don't drive out.
There's still a team behind us with this roast.
Yeah.
Checking an arc star. Tossing frag.
Right here.
Watch out.
Right here.
Look out. Enemy here. Taking damage.
Now that.
Damn it, that hurt. I'm down.
One more. One more.
I'm going here. Come on.
Sarah. Enemy
One more.
Reloading.
Nice.
reloading.
Here we go.
He's dead.
1 second.
fun.
You got this.
Take your time. The ring is close and there's a whole minute to play.
Recharging my shield.
Watch out. Opponent there.
40. Recharging my shields.
Shooting at me. I'm recharging my shields.
We've got 30 seconds to get to the next ring. If you go down, I'm not carrying you. Patching.
Dropping a tracker.
Shoot the balloon. Here they fly. I don't think they will.
10 seconds before the ring moves. We're close. No excuses if you get burned.
Taking it.
Opening fire.
So I'm putting him in the roll.
Reloading.
My way, I missed.
Enemy hit.
Care package coming in.
Reloading. Setting a trap. Healing.
He's 1 HP.
I came to win. You didn't.
No way, bro. 84 and 108.
Doesn't usually try to run if you can.
Fucking A, dude. So many teams.
Fuck.
And so there's this willingness to lie with no retractions on all the major television networks. Everybody was like pushing this one narrative, and everyone at home was locked down.
Yeah.
You couldn't go to work, you couldn't go to school, and everyone was terrified because this had never happened before.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
we got to see how quickly people were cowards, just attacked the others to try to keep themselves safe. It got very rat-like.
And look, whether Joe Rogan is right or wrong in this scenario, I don't really care. Because I, like most of Joe Rogan's general audience, couldn't care less about COVID-19 in the big 2025. Everyone's moved on already, except Joe Rogan, which is the point I'm trying to make here. He is a broken record now that more and more people are tuning out of. And I'm sure if you're watching this that you may have been a fan of the podcast at one point in time, because the show used to actually be genuinely good. It felt as if Joe felt as if he was lucky to be in the presence of some of his guests, and he would let the guests lead the convo, instead of the other way around. Joe also used to have the best guests on, as when he lived in Los Angeles, there was a plethora of cool people in town that could stop by the studio to talk with Joe while they were doing other promotional stuff for their careers. That simply cannot be found in Austin. And now when you scroll through Joe Rogan's recent podcast episodes, I'd bet that the general listener would have to Google search at least half of the people that Joe's talking to. So Austin's not really skyrocketing. Instead, it's sort of stagnated now. And the comedians in his circle, aka the Rogan sphere, have openly criticized how shitty the city truly is. Like Tim Dillon, Mark Normand, Shane Gillis, and even Ari Shaffir have all come out on separate occasions to publicly trash Austin with seemingly zero remorse.
What is the most overrated city everyone loves to visit? I'm sitting in one of them right now, Austin, Texas. It is trash. Classless. Classless trash, everybody. It's not cool. Everyone's like, why don't you move to Austin? The comedy scene's huge here. I'm like, sure. The city itself is not cool. I'm not saying it has a lack of cool. I'm saying it's actively uncool.
Well, let me just say, I went to Austin, and gotta tell you that Austin. I don't know how these people, these Gillises, or these Tyler Fish, or these Seguras, who must be Greek, how do they live there? I mean, it's that city is a boiling pot of evil goo, just circling a dish.
Texas is gayer than LA. I'll say it.
Texas is
fair.
That's fair. Wait, why?
I'm sure not
A
the
lot
rest
of
of the
guys
state.
going off.
Austin is a gayer version of.
There is equally as many shirtless guys in Austin.
No,
as there is down
I haven't
there.
seen one shirtless guy here.
I hated everyone I met, and all of the things that people were doing, I hated, and I didn't understand what was going. You know, everyone there was like, "This is the next city,"
Right.
And I didn't get it. I didn't understand it. The lake is the color of sewage. These are the worst people. Austin is like if the Proud Boys and Antifa got married and had a city. Nothing works. And the food is atrocious. It's some of the worst food in America. You have to be like a drunk college pig
Right.
to enjoy it. I've shit-talked Austin for 3 years. Not one human being has said, hey, fuck you, man. Not one person has said that. Everyone kind of goes, yeah, I get it.
It just seems to me that Joe Rogan and his once universally loved podcast have, in fact, face-planted into rock bottom recently. But I guess we'll just have to see where things go for the rest of this year, as I heard rumors that the mothership will be expanding to New York City, which would be pretty interesting to see unfold. But with that being said, that is it for the video, guys. Thanks so much for watching.
I mean, what am I going to do? I'm going to push back.
Right. No, of course,
and
I
obviously,
Sometimes, an individual's sudden rise to fame leaves the world collectively scratching their heads, particularly when they have no notable skills, no known pre-existing industry connection, and no real personality.
We're inside the next ring. Superior positioning. Nice. Weapons looking fine. Got some extra supplies here. You're welcome.
Tracker scanning. Setting a tracker. Enemy's position to your map.
it's close.
All the guns in this fucking spot, man.
You've done surprisingly well here.
Evo harvesters are now available.
Already in the next ring? Time for a gelato? I'm kidding. Sorry.
We move on them here. Spare no one. Care package being delivered.
Nice. Weapons looking fine.
Oh, new supplies dropping. I could use more stuff. Got an Evo harvester here.
Nice. You did good there.
Tracker in place. Tracker in place. Ooh, leveled up. Time to catch up. Setting a tracker. Un momento, per favore. Attenzione! Enemy here! Opponent, right? Hey, got the target here. Someone got first blood. Okay, respect.
The enemy stands before us.
Upgraded and ready to fight to the death. Oh, shooting at me.
Spotted. Double timing it.
Recharging my shield. Tracker scanning.
Perfect hit. Taking fire. Not so fast. Time to bind you.
Another squad behind us.
Behind me. Hey, time to move that way.
Third party. They're trying to corner us. Spotted. Double timing it.
Oh.
On the smoke. Tearing away. I'm under fire. Shields are
Fucking
depleted.
God, bro.
Extended heavy mag. Gold tier.
I'm gonna get out of here, man. Can't go.
Stinger Friday. Ready to ruin someone's day. They're shooting.
God damn it, switch guns faster, man.
Reality to speak of either. But somehow, none of that stopped Bobby Althoff from briefly becoming an online star with the backing of the United Talented Agency. With her dry, deadpan podcasts alongside celebrity guests, Bobby found the formula that, for some reason, worked, churning out plenty of viral moments along the way. Even if by the end, people were basically just there to see who'd be the next to roast her as she sat there with no conceivable comeback.
Did you ever do an OF?
No,
You wouldn't make much.
I'm insulted.
You'd make a lot of money.
I'm gonna do one just to prove it to you.
What would be your OnlyFans?
Well, I don't know. I heard I could just get people to subscribe and then never actually put anything up.
I'll tell you what I'd pay for if you made an OnlyFans.
I don't want to know.
You
Andrew.
just daily putting tape over your mouth. Every day. Just every morning, a different colored tape right over your mouth. I'd pay for that. Fully clothed, outside, nothing sensual, just tape.
But just a little over 2 years from when it all began, she is now staring down the barrel of the end of her career after the views declined and the audience grew weary of her antics.
I will miss doing this podcast, and I will miss the money this podcast brought me. As you guys know, this podcast started off just with a girl with a dream to make more money. And I knew when I started that it was going to go places. I didn't know I would fall off as quickly as I did. To be honest, I did think this was going to last a bit longer.
But this didn't happen overnight. Instead, it's actually the byproduct of the world gradually souring on not only her persona, but the way the real Bobby had navigated the world in her search for fame. It's your boy Luesta, and this is why Bobby Altoff's fall off is deserved. Long before she was rubbing shoulders with celebrities, Bobby was just a girl from Paris, California, who'd married young. The wife of programmer and senior vice president of CompTIA, Corey Altoff, Bobby decided she wanted more out of life and saw her escape in the online world. As a mother of two, she consciously tried to find her way to fame through the life she was already leading.
I think I posted my first video November of 2020.
And was that planned? Did you think to yourself, TikTok celebrity, here I come.
Yes.
I'm doing it?
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, there was a banana. Were you dancing with a banana?
What's really funny is that didn't go viral. That was just a video I put up that had like barely any views.
How many views is
at
a few
the time? Okay, at the time it got 1 million views, but it was a slow million.
1 million is a lot of eyeballs on someone dancing with a banana.
But around the videos it was surrounded by had like at least 5 million.
But when she didn't get the traction she wanted at first, she spent a while trying to find exactly what it was that would gain consistent traction online.
I created a character of a person who was just only worried about looks. I was like, I only let my daughter wear neutrals. I only let her play with toys that are of the earth and stuff. And like, I think I even called it like a parody of a really bad mom was like my bio at the time. And then I just went, that was it. That was like the start.
And so you found yourself in a world all of a sudden where you had fans.
Yes.
And they were moms.
Yeah, mostly.
Mostly moms.
Yeah.
Moms fans.
Got it. 'Cause there is like some moms that are like very, no hate to them for me, but are very just into dressing their kids in their aesthetic. So I was just, let me take this a step further and really create that. I was so determined to get
The
my
filler
TikTok
on her
page
lips
to blow
looks
up when I tried to add
weird.
notes. I was trying so many things. My first videos were like, because I used to be a nanny before I had my baby.
Follow me to victory. Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Pick it up. Next ring's far. Got an enhanced weapon and ready to use it.
Got my weapon in hand. Let's do this. Ring's close in 1.
I want that. Por favor. Tracker out. Atraco.
I can make use of that.
Fuck you then.
Extra supplies here. Firepower is key.
This weapon is enhanced. Evo harvesters are now available. Focused. Extended sniper magazine here.
Thank you.
Tracker in place. Enemy locations are on your map. Stick with me. I always find my mark.
Hostile spotted.
Not bad. Attention. Delivering care package.
Ooh, got an enhanced weapon and ready to use it.
A care package has touched down. A care package has touched down over there.
Tracker scanning. Oh, opponent there?
R301 here.
They should not have given up their position. Tracker out. Enemy locations are on your map. Stick with me. I always find my mark.
Hostile over there.
Attention. First blood. First blood.
Good work out there.
I'm an upgraded sparrow.
My weapons in hand and ready to dance.
I take a nap right now before I go run. 20-minute nap. Call it a night after this one.
There's a new kill leader. Huh. What now?
Got some extra munitions here.
Attention. The champion has been eliminated. The champion.
Tracker scanning. I added the enemy's position to your map. Non c'è di che.
Hostile over there. Enemy over there. Setting that tower.
Tracker in place. I added the enemy's positions to your map. Non c'è di che. Spotted an opponent out there.
Well done. You are on the way to gaining my respect.
Might be something good this way.
Opponent there. Huh. They should not have given up their position.
Enemy in the distance. Not so fast. Pitiful, allowing themselves to be caught. Frag out.
Reload.
Another enemy falls. Reloading. One left.
Tracker? Sending out the tracker dart.
Reloading.
Tracker dart out.
Hostile right here. Listen up, I'm taking
Reloading. What a pitiful squad. Even killing them. That was more skillful than I expected.
Here, take them. He'll fix you up. Patching myself up a bit.
Round two. Repairing damages.
Next ring's not close.
Replicator being delivered.
Replicator on its way down.
Un momento. Gotta heal.
Maybe I stopped because of COVID. My first videos were literally like, how to become a nanny on care.com. Like, I was trying every avenue until finally that took off, but I was like, something would take off.
After spending time enlisting her family life as the focus of her content, a bag started coming in.
Big break, I don't know, last July. I was making around like 250 to 300 a year.
1,000.
Yeah.
From brand
From
deals.
brand deals on TikTok and from the creator fund and just combined. That was just off of, I had 3 million followers before. I mean, yeah, I was doing pretty well for myself. I thought I had like really made it. I didn't know there was like a level above that ever. I was like, I did this, guys.
However, once she got
Hey, yo,
a
Sparrow, I got 12
self-made
bats, bro. You need any
workload,
bats
she
or
made
no?
no secret of where her ambitions lay.
I'll take some.
And that was in the biggest platform available. And more importantly, the most money she could possibly get her hands on.
The way that my podcast started was that I was like, 250 is great and all, but it's hard to come up with content with just me every day.
$250,000 a
Yeah.
year as an annual income is great and all.
Yes.
It is great.
It is
It's
great. But I was like, this doesn't have longevity, you know? Like, it's not what every day I'm having to come up and like go viral. And it's like, no matter how long you've been doing it, going viral and being viral is not easy. So it's like every day I was still posting 10 videos a day, even when I had my 3 million followers. And some of those videos would completely flop and get like 50,000 views. And I was just constantly having to think. And I was like, the only thing that is so successful every time is collabs. And then I saw this video of a girl talking about how much she made from her podcast. And I think I mentally decided that she made like at least 300 a year on her podcast alone. And I was like, that's what I need to do next. Like, I need a podcast. So I started it. It was first called So You're Rich.
While her initial attempt to make her own version of Guy Raz's How I Built This never really saw the light of day, Bobby's so-called really good podcast began life when she started offering her followers a $300 reward if they could get a celebrity onto her platform. Beginning with comedian Rick Glassman, she established her vague, disinterested approach that basically contradicted everything that an interviewer was supposed to do. However, it was clear that this was a ruse because even that very first interview hinted at a disconnect between the character she portrayed and the woman behind the scenes.
I saw the.
Oh, way.
Comments. You read the comments. You're responding to the comments because you don't have anything better to do with your time but respond to comments under my video.
You know, I was hoping to get to know you a little bit on here, the way we've
Okay.
gotten to know each other off camera. And I see what you're doing.
I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
You want to seem cool. You're like, oh, I want my people to think. What do you call them?
goblins?
Did you come up with that?
Mm-hmm.
And they just went along with it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do you
had
have a fan army name?
no.
Okay.
You would know that because you stalk me in your free time. You don't have to ask a question you know the answer to. Do you have anything else you want to talk about?
I had questions to ask about.
Did you write them down?
No, I remember.
Okay, congratulations. You've been doing this for a lot longer. You're much older than me.
I'm 23.
You're not 23.
Okay.
I think we went over this when we did my podcast.
When you had all my information wrong, when you thought you knew where I was from and who I was dating and how much money I had and what car I drove and my age, and it was all
Okay, it's not my fault that no one actually cares enough to get that information right about you.
Claiming that it's not a real journalistic pursuit and that there's no prep and that's the fun of it, Bobby started gaining attention when she found herself in a room with none other than Funny Marco. And before long, this would lead to a movement that became her biggest break when she found herself in bed with the biggest pop star in the world. He had over 4 million followers at the time, and I only had 500,000. I was like, he's not going to see this. But he had replied, like a second later. So I sent the girl $300, and he came on the podcast. Our video together got so many views, and Drake liked it. Then he followed me, she recalled. In line with her attention to get rich and quick, Bobby felt she had nothing to lose, and asked Champagne Poppy for an interview. I decided to go for it and shoot my shot. I DM'd Drake and asked if he wanted to be on my podcast, and he said yes. He sent me his touring schedule, and I knew that I needed to make it happen fast. So my friend and I flew to Memphis 2 days after the original DM was sent to record the episode. This interview would become the launchpad where Bobby Altoff went from a name that was only vaguely known on TikTok to suddenly becoming a household name as people marveled at the awkward chemistry that defined their interview in bed.
Am I your type?
I'd do it.
Thank you.
Like, yeah, do it. You
Not an it.
I know, I just felt like, like,
You do it? I asked, am I your type? And you said I do it. It's not funny.
And in an instant, everything changed.
So then my video with Marco went very viral.
Yeah.
Like, very viral. I didn't
That's when I
expect it.
first started.
Okay.
That's when I became aware of you.
Yeah, then Drake liked one of the videos I had uploaded and he followed me. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna like shoot my shot to Drake. I don't know how this, I thought the chance of him replying was like a 1% and then the chance of him saying yes was like 0.000. I was like, there's no way. I said, when are you gonna come on my podcast?
And he just was
He said,
game
yeah,
right away.
he was ready to do it. I flew out there like I think 3 days later. Wow.
And then you're off to the races. Now you can kind of get anybody you want.
Yeah.
Yet, as soon as this newfound status was granted to her, there were already people who didn't appreciate Bobby's sudden prominence all over their feeds. In fact, they found it a little suspicious. I don't know who she is, but the algorithm wants me to know her. Plus, it didn't help that she was accused of ripping off the content style of Amelia de Moldenberg, the British star known for Chicken Shop Date. But some people felt there was a big difference between them in terms of intention and execution. Amelia isn't rude. She's flirty, awkward, goofy, and doesn't take herself too seriously. Bobby is condescending, judgmental, standoffish, curt, and inconsistent. But this wasn't the only reason there was a knee-jerk response of disgust towards her. That all started back with the circumstance surrounding the Drake interview, particularly when people learned she sacrificed being there for her daughter's birthday purely for that opportunity.
I'm just saying, like, you know.
I flew all the way here
You did. I really do appreciate
on my
that.
daughter's first birthday.
I wasn't going to bring that up.
Mm-hmm.
You missed your daughter's first birthday.
To be here.
Dark. Regret that you'll never be able to undo.
Yeah.
Horrible parenting.
Where's your son?
Somewhere safe, and it's not his birthday.
When's his birthday?
What does it matter? It ain't today.
When Drake calls you a horrible parent, you know you f***ed up. Overall, that episode racked up 1 billion views and 300 million likes. And for someone who was unrepentantly money hungry as Bobby, this must have been like a dream come true. Even if it did mean that people suddenly felt that there was something underhanded going on to make her such a star in quick succession. But this is something Bobby has always denied. A lot of people assumed that was a Nepo baby, which is fine because it makes sense. It's like, how do you get this big break without having people in your family or something that's helping you? I just wanted to be like, no, I'm not, because this was actually hard work. And it didn't come overnight for me. I actually have been working on this for 3 years now, and I've been working since I was 16 years old. I'm very grateful and very lucky, but I also do work hard at what I do, and it didn't come easy by any means. And in the face of skepticism from Keke Palmer, she continued to maintain that there was nothing untoward going on.
Or then there's always the industry plant gas.
I
You're not
know.
an industry plant, right?
I am, but
So wait, what is the industry plant to you?
I mean, I don't truly like know.
Well, you do feel kind of plant. You got here in 5 minutes. I took me 20 years.
Hey, it has been a minute. 20 years. You started so young.
Yes, girl. I've been working hard.
Yeah, I think you're the real industry plant here.
Ultimately, signing to the United Talent Agency and winning Best Emerging Podcast at the iHeart Podcast Awards in 2024
Coming back later.
didn't exactly quell those rumors. Still,